Der Start the recording too, or how does it work?
Okay. We got the message. And how do we know when we're live? You will
We are
let us know.
live. We are live.
No,
I can
we
see
are
it on
live.
YouTube. We are live.
Okay. Okay, that's very nice. And how do I see the comments, if there are any?
On YouTube.
So I must also open YouTube. Okay, didn't think of that. Okay.
Not really live. It's like 10 seconds latency.
Okay. Yeah, let me open YouTube on my side. I didn't think of that. So I can definitely see what is going on.
The first people are online.
Okay. How many so far?
12 just.
Okay,
But
12.
maybe more to come. The big question is if everybody recognized the problem with the time zone. That as we planned the complete stuff, South Africa and Germany had at the same time. Now we're switching from summertime to wintertime. There's 1 hour difference.
Yeah. I didn't think about that at all when I was setting it up initially, and I only noticed later.
But we will, there are more and more. Right. Then, Tobias, promise, do your thing.
Okay, then I will start. First, have to figure out how to arrange the windows. So, that gets a welcome to ABAPConf South Africa 2024, first edition. What to say? New format also for us, not virtually, but it's like a franchise what we are now doing here, thanks to Promise. And if you're actually wondering how did this happen, why we already here again at an ABAPConf or so shortly before. I don't know if it's, can I say the real ABAPConf, yeah, but our main event in December, we now have here a very nice format, I think Promise came up with because he contacted the ABAPConf organizer team after we had our Europe event. And he was like, hey, I also want to do something like this. I also want to share the ABAP knowledge in South Africa or in the Southern Hemisphere in that case, to also show what's going on, not down under, but yeah, and what's going on in Africa, in South Africa, and all the other countries that are there. But also, as far as I'm informed, it's also a vibrant community. A lot of great people there working there, companies there from also from Germany are active there or from around the world. I think if I'm not totally mistaken, Promise and Thomas are also working at BMW. Is this right? Yeah, everybody's nodding, so this is good. You can't see it, but they are nodding. And this is when we started to get into this conversation about doing a meetup style ABAPConf with a touch of South Africa. You can also see it in our logo. And yeah, I'm very excited. And this is where the ABAPConf manifest is coming to life. And also thank you a lot, Promise, that you are stepping in and organizing this, and that you also invest your time and spreading the ABAP world and the show that is the universal language used around the world. So thank you. And I'm very much interested in what is going on now. And I'm going to hand over to you because in the end, this is we are just hosting with Zoom sessions, the website and so on. But this is your event that you are organizing. You came up with the people, with the agenda, with all the stuff. So enjoy it. It's your conference, your meetup. Now it's it's up to you though.
Yeah, thank you so much, Toby. Thank you very much. And I think I would like to start by thanking you guys, Toby, Surin, and the whole team, the actually founders of ABAPConf. I think it is great that you guys have done this. In most cases, people have ideas and they don't even implement them. So I think it's really a good thing that you had an idea and you worked on implementing it already. And also, I think the very nice thing, it shows that you guys are typical technical guys or developers, because after you've created or founded the ABAP conference, you also thought about making it extensible and scalable, and it's also usable. So this is great, and I'm very grateful to you guys. Just for those who are not aware, we are actually already live on YouTube, and the conference is free. Thank you to everyone, and maybe I would also like to say ABAP greetings to each and every developer who is online. Thank you very much for being part of this very first installment, but of course, many to come. This is very much appreciated. I was actually overwhelmed and excited by the turnout in the registrations. At the moment, I can't see how many people have joined, but truly speaking, my target was just around 20 people, so the more the merrier, and this is very exciting. We have enabled the chat function on YouTube. So if you are having any challenges or if you have any problems, you can just send a message in the chat. Just take note that we are all developers here. None of us are professional presenters or experts in using YouTube or Zoom. So if there's any kind of issues, just be patient with us and send a message and we'll try to sort it out as quick as possible. And also, please use the chat. You can even use it now to indicate from where in the world are you joining. I'm really interested to know this. Initially, the conference was targeted at South Africa, but because ABAP is very global, we've had a lot of guys registering from all over Europe, from India, from North Africa, and this is very exciting. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm sure that at least most of you know my name by now, even though you don't know who I am, but you at least know my name. Promise Apana, it is my name. And I've been in the SAP development space for only 15 years, not too long. And under my SAP belt, I have a few skills. I work on anything and everything ABAP, excluding SAP scripts and DINPRO programming, of course. And I also do a lot of front-end development from WebDINPro, Portal, Fiori, as well as UI5. And I also have a background in SAP workflow development as well. I'm very passionate about creating high-quality solutions, following the clean code guidelines and principles. And I also love sharing knowledge. And this is one of the reasons why I decided to organize this conference. And I also enjoy learning and working with cutting-edge technologies. Okay, why did I organize this conference? I first started attending the ABAP conference actually during its inception in 2021. And when I attended the conference, we had also this thing, we were greeting in the chat, everyone saying hello from Germany, hello from, and I also said hello from South Africa. And I noticed that I was the only one, I'm not sure if I was the only one or one of few South Africans joining that conference, but definitely, yeah. And then also, I was blown up by what happened during the conference. I think the conference, if I remember correctly, went for about 8 to 10 hours. And in that 8 to 10 hours, I actually learned more than I had in that whole 2021 throughout the year. This was mind-blowing to me, and I felt like I needed all my peers and colleagues out there to also get this experience. And this is why I went through with actually organizing the conference. And I think Toby has spoken about the manifesto already, and this is something that I want to reiterate. anyone who really wants to host an ABAPConf for their specific region, you know, we always have challenges with these time zones. For example, I know somewhere in China, it's very late at the moment. I have a few colleagues who promised to join, but because of these time zones, you know, if you'd like to arrange your own ABAP conference for your own region, then through the manifesto, you can do that. It's already scalable, extensible, and usable, which is fantastic. Okay, I decided to draft our agenda in ABAP coding style, since we are all ABAPers here, and I decided not to go with the PowerPoint. And this is how it looks. So we have 5 speakers. And what I did is I decided to make the conference where as a predefined with predefined subjects and a theme. You know, the theme is actually developing ABAP solutions today. And this is why you have all these topics about clean code, precise ABAP, writing testable code, and also the fantastic APM that Marc Bernard will actually take us through later on. Okay, I think okay, I still have a bit of time. I can talk for 2 minutes or so. Okay, so normally the structure of the ABAP conference is that you'll have a date announced by the ABAP organizers. They'll announce that you have an ABAP conference in December on this date. And then shortly afterwards, you'll have a call for speakers whereby anyone and everyone can actually submit a presentation to say, I would like to talk about this framework that I've discovered or this interesting problem that I've went through, and this is how I solved it. You know, you can talk about anything ABAP basically, or anything technical. But with this conference for now, I decided to go with a predefined theme, and since well, it was the first one, and I also wanted to make it a teaser. You know, this is also the reason why the conference is just 4.5 hours. It's normally throughout the whole day, and you have multiple channels or multiple tracks because the topics or the talks are normally quite a lot. Hopefully, starting from next year, we can have this as well. You know, this would be interesting to see what South Africans or even Africans in an SAP context, you know, go through. You know, what kind of problems, what kind of solutions do they come about, and what do they work on? You know, all the interesting stuff. And this is fantastic because today in this world, open source, you know, is everywhere, and it has actually been introduced in SAP. You also have the open source naming space. If you develop your own open source solution, you can actually use your own namespace, which is fantastic, I think. Okay, I think I will open up or maybe pass over to our very first speaker, who is Thomas Ergin. Thomas Ergin will be talking about a very catchy topic, precise ABAP. I'm very interested to see what he'll talk about, and maybe just to give you a little bit background about Thomas. Thomas is a true techie at heart. You know, he's a true techie. For example, what he do is anything and everything that he sees, he thinks about the technical attributes or aspects behind it. You'd see probably a spoon, you know, a spoon that you use to eat, and start thinking about its spherical dimensions, how it's designed to fit nicely into your mouth, and how it's also designed to land at a perfect angle on your tongue so that it can have a perfect effect on your palate. You know, this is Thomas. Everything and everything that he sees, he thinks and analyzes the technicalities behind it. Thomas, if you are ready, you can take over the screen and start with the talk. Thank you.
If you're able to see my screen right now. Okay, thank you for this really nice introduction. I hope that I can feed you a spoonful of software engineering today. Welcome to Precise ABAP. In the next half an hour or something, you are going to experience a few drawings on spacecraft and perhaps a few words on ABAP software development. My name is Thomas Ergin. I'm a software developer for 30 years, and I'm doing SAP software development for more than 20 years. My focus areas are software quality, application architecture, operational excellence, and I think I know a few things about solutions that work well and solutions that might kill your system. Today, I'd like to give you several of those recommendations for writing ABAP in a stable, resource-efficient, and concise way. But let me start with a few words on clean code, because I mentioned that in the agenda for this talk. Okay, most of you should at least heard the term of clean code, and ideally, most of you are already following those principles that has been defined by Robert C. Martin in his famous book on software development. Basically, if you haven't read the book, it's about telling a story. You should write code that it is not just understood by a computer, but by an actual human being. So instead of taking all these strange abbreviations that SAP is full of, and all these kind of things that make sense for an ABAP developer, instead of that, clean code means write code in a way that it's obvious what you are doing here, that every line is concise, every line tells you something, and everything makes perfect sense in a way that you can easily track an error and explain the code to someone else. But while writing readable code is already great, there are more aspects that are relevant for software developers. Things like having your code lines in a proper sequence, or being stingy with your code, like not using many lines when you could only use one line for that. Being resource efficient and being resilient, because you want your solution to be available perhaps 24/7, not fail it all over the time. What I described as precise ABAP takes the concept of clean code a bit further, with a focus on the little aspects of SAP developers' everyday problems. Just a few words on what I see as relevant for us developers. So, precise ABAP developers look beyond the ABAP system. The thing is, SAP has a vast zoo of technologies, but most of these technologies are lagging behind the software mainstream. Since, for example, object orientation has been created something around 1916 and has been introduced to SAP or to ABAP around 1999 or something. So like 40 years later. Or other aspects of software engineering, like framework-oriented software development or functional development. HTTP web standards has been introduced with other developers, because likely problems that you might want to solve with SAP, with ABAP, has already been solved outside of the SAP world. Next. Leverage existing library functions. Please do not create anything that is generic. If you see something where you think, oh, this is most likely already implemented by someone, like functions about date, time, parsing, rendering, all these kinds of like file access, creating document format. Most likely, there's already a library function for that. The SAP did great with the recent not too long ago introduced XCO library that added a lot of functionality to modern SAP systems. Usually, I spend more time in searching for repository objects and library functions than building my own code. This is even more. Do not write these generic things that I mentioned, like do not write parsers and renders. Because your problem is specific, but usually the parts of the solution will be used, can be used many times later. So build a solution, design a solution with reusability in your mind. Think about the next customer, think about the next project, the next department that also want to have that same solution. The Git and ABAP Git took that thing further. We have a technology now that we can easily share our ideas, our concepts, our solutions all over the internet with each other. I think it would be really great that open source gets to the next level in the SAP. And now, something that is really important for me, do not maintain a clean and an unclean style. I've seen that so many times. A developer does something in a hurry and says, okay, this is something that I just did as a prototype. And later I'm going to do that in a clean way. But in that very moment, you do not train your clean style. You are more likely not to use it when it's important. So do not differentiate between clean and unclean. The same applies, by the way, for performant and unperformant. Oh, this is something that I did in a hurry. There's a good saying that says everything that is a temporary fix is permanent. So in that moment, you produce a solution that is fragile, that is resource exhausting. There's a good chance that you do not find the time for fixing it in a way that it makes sense later. And you are going to deploy that fragile thing and it breaks to the usually least pleasant time. And you need to distract from whatever you are doing and focus on this broken thing of yours. But now about the warm words, let's have a look at the code. Sequencing. Instead of starting your method call with a validation, do the validation up front. This prevents the accidental execution of code that is not supposed to be executed, such as retrieving logs, opening connections, or doing something that is time-consuming. And furthermore, your code becomes more concise, and you can see immediately if a specific error condition has been dealt with. If you go it the other way around, like do your business code first and then do the error handling later, you might miss that. And it's not obvious to other developers that you dealt with the error. Furthermore, refactoring gets much easier with the code on the right side. Next, sequencing. Here again, do your validations at the very beginning of your method and as part of the method, instead of having it as part of in the calling phase. By that, the validation is always carried out when your method is invoked, instead of that the developer who might reuse your method need to copy not only the execution, but also the validation and add it to the code. This is especially important for authorization checks because authorization checks should assure that nobody unauthorized execute the business code protected by this authorization object. If you have the check not at the very beginning, but somewhere else in your application, somewhere during a later phase of the refactoring, it might happen that somebody accesses the code that he is not allowed to. More about sequencing. Do the expensive things last. If you have two methods and the order does not really play a role here, like I'm going to read a huge data source and a small data source, for example, that provides customizing, then I would recommend to use the fast one first. The reason for that is if the first method already fails, it's not necessary, it might not be necessary to execute the second lengthy one. So your application might stop in that very moment. The first fast thing fails, and it does not waste more resources on performing whatever the slow method does, like reading huge data amounts from a remote connection, reading the database, calculating things, and then throwing it away because the second method failed. And something that you should really do, if you are not doing that, of course, already, use the inline declaration as much as possible. This is not only clean code, this is so concise, it's so helpful, it's so stable. In that very moment, you declare your variable instead of upfront, but as part of your method call. It gets the definition, or the variable gets the type of whatever your method returns. And if you later want to refactor your method and change the signature, your variable is changed as well. In the left example, on the left side, you need to make sure that when changing the parameter signature of your method, you also need to adjust the variables themselves. One more thing about signatures. My recommendation is also to keep signatures as slim as possible. So first, use a small number of parameters. And next, also restrict the types of parameters that you are using. Ideally, you are going to follow the functional paradigm. This means you're not using changing parameters. You're not using exporting parameters in your method as part of your method, but instead you have 0 to many importing parameters and up to 1 returning parameter. The cool thing is you follow this paradigm, you can use this functional call wherever you would use a variable. So you could chain your executions. You do not need to take care about clearing variables upfront because the returning variable is always cleared by default. And your code will be way more structured and readable than if you are using, for example, changing parameters where a developer would always need to understand which part of the parameter is now changed, which part of the parameter is now used for further processing. Usually, having a large number of parameters is a hint that you either violated the separation of duties concept, which is elementary to software development, or the keep it simple principle. Because this means usually your method is doing many, many things at once. Instead of just reading or updating or locking or opening a connection, it does like 5, 6, 7 things at the same time, which is often something that you try to avoid when talking about things like separation of concerns. Error handling. Exceptions could stay exceptional. Do not use an exception for something that can happen all the time. For example, in my example, locking, if you request a lock, it can easily happen that someone else or some other user already locked that very document. This is nothing unusual. This can happen all the time. Raising a lock in that situation, it's the wrong message. First of all, you're sending the wrong statement to other developers reading the code because they say, oh, this is something exceptional. This shouldn't happen, while it's something that is common. Furthermore, working with exceptions, even if it's quite fast, it's still slower than just returning a message or returning a Boolean variable, because you need to retrieve the call stack, you need to process messages in a way, just add some amount of the memory to your application, so it sums up. So your application gets a tiny bit slower doing that unnecessarily. Rather a dump than an undefined applications. I know this might steer a controversy, because usually your application shouldn't dump. This is not a good thing at all. I do not want to make advertisement for short dumps, because they also stop the system or the work process where your application is running on for a while. It takes resources, it takes storage from your system. You do not want to have short dumps. But there are certain things that should really not happen. For example, here I gave like retrieving a GUID from your system. I have no idea what could lead to that my system does not provide a GUID at all. If something like that happens, your system is in a completely unusable status, and you do not want to continue here by packing it into an exception and then moving on and hoping everything gets better later. The same applies for something like if your general customizing is missing. Of course, you can provide it to the user. Customizing is missing. Ask your administrator or something. But it might be even safer to say, okay, stop that application in that very moment where this really bad thing that never should happen, execute, still occurs, because in that very moment you get immediately a response that something is wrong with your system in a way, or with your application that has never been catered for in your application. So again, this does not mean that a good dump is a good thing, but it might be a better thing than just catching, especially with the to be done that some of you might know, and then carrying on. Enable the where used list. The where used list is still something that is pretty cool. You can easily find who used what BAPI or what message type or which class, which method, whatever object you can think of. You can find it in an easy way with where used list. In that very moment, you write something generic, like on the left side, something went wrong. An error occurred, status X happened, or something like that. You eliminate the chance that a developer who experiences that problem easily finds out the source where the problem might come from. So instead of writing something generic, think of having something that enables the where used list. For example, here I use a fixed message type. You might want to define your own message type, or anything else that allows others who are faced with that kind of problem to carry on and find out, spot the exact part of the code where the error occurred. Same applies, by the way, for generic messages. SAP is full of those things, like you have a message that is just a placeholder, and you can feed any kind of message into that. And these things might be called 10, 20, 100 of times in your application as part of the framework that is used, as part of the library function that is used. Instead of that, use as specific as possible method, because again, you are able to track it when the error occurs while your application is running. Talking about a bit about resilience, because I know that resilience, with software resilience, you can have a full session only showing and discussing different resilience patterns. I just want to name 3 important patterns that you should know, and most of you are likely aware of, but that help you, especially when you work with distributed computing, when you work with parallel processing, when you work with remote calls, either RC or HTTP. So working with distributed solutions where your SAP solution system might be connected to other subsystems or even non-subsystems, then you sooner or later you have RC calls or HTTP calls or RC or HTTP over RC, and these connections can fail. The #1 fallacy of distributed computing is the network is always reliable. Spoiler, it is not. So a connection might time out, it might be slow, it might be on-off. So instead of just issuing the HTTP message or the RC call, of course, you might want to have something that tries a few times the connection before it goes back to the user and tells them, oh, system does not respond. Usually you want to do something like 2, 3, 4 times before you stop the application, because the network sometimes it has a hiccup, and immediately stopping your application just because of the hiccup you don't want to do. Even better if you combine that with a timeout, because just repeating something over and over again takes a bit away it reduces the control of the runtime for your application, because you don't know how often the retry might last. Because sometimes you open a connection and the system tries to send something for a few seconds or even longer and tries to establish the connection, and the connection is not going to be opened, and sub will wait and wait till it drops. And if you do that sometimes, like if you repeat that a few times, then your application already is stopped for that amount of time. And if you're doing that many, many times in parallel, like if you're doing parallel processing, many work processes will be waiting at the same time for a response that does not come back because this remote system is down. In that very moment, it could make sense to have a timeout that says instead of trying it like 3 times, try it 3 times, but up to 5 seconds, for example, or whatever threshold you can is suitable for your solution. Taking this concept even further, it is the circuit breaker factor, which is a cool thing, especially if you want to do the same thing many, many times at the same time. In cloud-based solutions, in distributed solutions, you often have, like, you want to send hundreds or 1,000 messages in a really short time, and you utilize multiple work processes for that because you do not want to wait for hours till all the messages have been sent. In that moment, you do that, and you put all these methods into different work processes, and the connection to the remote system fails. All the work processes might be pending, and might be waiting for RC or HTTP response. And this utilizes many work processes that don't want to do, because the system the number of work processes is important resource. If the number of free work processes in your system falls under a certain threshold, the users will suffer from that. Your system might even trip. I've seen many subsystems failing because they were out of work processes. So the circuit breaker abstracts this connection handling in a way that instead of your application, the application that you have directly contacts the remote destination, it will ask the circuit breaker, is a connection open? Is a remote system available? If yes, then please send the message. If not, then I'm going to wait till the circuit breaker will be opened again. And the circuit breaker will check from time to time if the connection is open, or if the connection can be established. And if not, it will tell all applications asking for a connection that the connection cannot be established. This is a cool pattern and that you want to look into. Another easy resilience pattern that you should know is, of course, a fallback. Instead of relying that a certain thing is given, provide an easy mechanism, like in this example, a default value, where your application can continue. The user has not set any a language for himself. Okay, then continue in English. This is nothing complicated. But you need to consider it when you build your application, that this fallback mechanism could make sense. What I really like is implicit coding. Instead of using many instructions to build and tell the application what it should do, use those things that are already given by the compiler. And you know many of those things. For example, ABAP, if you define a variable, it's clear by default. So you do not need to clear it because it's done implicitly. Another thing that you should know, that you should regard, you should avoid the statement if whenever possible. If itself as a statement, it's not a bad thing. And you might use it in many, many applications. But every time you introduce an if, your application gets a bit more difficult. You are opening at least two different branches in the execution flow where both need to be tested. If you have two ifs after each other, you might already have 4 different application flows where you might need to build unit tests for things that you need to cater and think of. So ideally, you find an execution path that goes along without using it. For example, here, I just do whatever I want to do on all my customers from South Africa, instead of checking if I have a customer from South Africa. Similar thing with commit and rollback. Usually, I've said several times, if you see commit or rollback inside of another solution, in 4 out of 5 cases, it's usually wrong, because the developer does not really know like how the logical unit of work works, and if he can commit and work, or if you should call the BAPI that commits. So instead of explicitly committing or rolling back, use the implicit version. For example, in most scenarios, if you trigger an error message or an abort message, commit rollback will be triggered. In that very moment, your transaction ends, your front end has a round trip, an implicit commit will be triggered. So you do not need to do those things that usually create more problems than they actually solve. Try to live without these things. Another thing on implicit coding, don't clear unassigned. Usually these things are superfluous. Again, try to find a code, try to build a solution that goes without those. Because if you have a clear as part of your code, this means you are reusing a variable, which is usually already a bad thing, because parts of the variable might still be filled from the first run. Instead of that, you might want to have different variables for different types or for different operations. Often clears mean you have a way too lengthy code where you will need to clear in between. So instead of that, solve that with refactoring. Modularization is a good thing. Of course, like is a really nice thing too. Do not define explicit data types because by that you create a hidden conflict between the variable and the place where the variable is used. Instead of that, have the variable of the same type that you're planning to use. I've mentioned earlier on the inline declaration. Like, it's also a cool thing. You can say, I want that variable to have the same type of that thing that I'm going to put into that. Instead of saying, okay, this is a fixed time, and later the developer changes the type of the variable and your code breaks. Modularize early. As a rule of thumb, if you have two similar lines inside your code in different places, you should consider to create a method for that. Do not waste lines by adding the same thing over and over again. This makes this makes also difficult to read what you're doing. And more likely, if you are going to change the code later, then you have to add that at multiple places. So if even small portions of code, I would recommend to modularize. Just something about, okay, okay. Same here, do not repeat yourself. If you do not want to modularize for some reason, because you think it fits better in one method, then at least do not the same thing again. Just find a pattern like that, this one that I showed here, that I've given here, that just repeats whatever you are doing 2 or 3 times. Okay. The third thing on code noise, focus on the functions. For a reader of your solution, it should be clear whatever method, whatever module is doing. It should be right on top. In that moment, you create all this boilerplate, all these mappings, all these exception handling, all these error handling, all these other things. You distract the reader from whatever you are doing. All these things that I mentioned, like the mapping, the boilerplate, put it into the lowest method that you can think of. So to hide it away. The more important your method is, the higher it is sitting in the call stack. Or if you have an ABAP debugger, then it's sitting low in the call stack. Then those methods, those entry methods should be concise and to the point, where you can easily see setup, read the customizing, open the connection, whatever it's doing. And all the other things, all these helper methods that is doing the boilerplate, the mapping, will be high in the ABAP call stack. Okay. This is not really about code, but these are a few things about frameworks and library. I think most of you could know these things. If you are using one of those on the left, there are new things for that. Please do no longer use them. All these functions, all these library functions, all these Barbies, most of them, or many of them, have been replaced by something class-based, which is not only fancy, but usually those class-based library functions are more powerful, optimized. They might introduce a buffering feature. They might be usable in an easier way that they are following, because they might be using the functional paradigm I mentioned earlier. RFC, TRC, QRC has been replaced by BGRC. Do no longer use QRC or TRC. They are deprecated. Do not use the SPBT framework that has been used in the past for parallelization. There's a really cool way for doing parallelization with newer SAP releases, which is way more stable, way easier to implement, way cooler than this small thing, like with get the number of work processes and do some math and try to assume if you still can fire off more work processes. I've seen so many applications failing because the developer didn't do parallelization in a correct way. But with the CL ABAP parallel framework, it's so much easier to do parallelization. Please use that. Same for the application logger and the number range framework. I mean, okay, some of you might shake your head because this is not really, it seems really obvious. I mean, Eclipse ADT has been around for, Thomas Fiedler will tell us 15 years, something like that, or even longer. But I know that many developers still use outdated tools like the ABAP Workbench. If you do so, it's not just that it does not look that nice, but you cannot use cool new features like the really great ABAP Cleaner, an open source project that you will find in the GitHub that incredibly does well with cleaning up your ABAP. When you use the Eclipse ADT, you can use the code. You can use cool features for refactoring. The set feature that has been introduced by Thomas Fiedler, I think one at the beginning of this year. If you want to share code with other SAP platforms, with other solutions, with other customers, then of course you shouldn't use cross transports, but use abapGit, which is a really great solution for collaboratively working on SAP projects. And you should definitely look into the CodePal, which is an addition to the ATC, which also gives you a lot of improvements or additional checks for finding flaws and issues in your code. So let's have a short roundup here. One for the road. I think it's about the little things. You can't have a great, complex, expensive machine that made of fragile, bad parts and expected to work in a good way, in a stable way. So pay attention also to the small parts, those things that I just mentioned to you, where I say, oh yeah, okay, I heard about that, or but this other thing also works, of course. Usually you have 3 or 4, many ways to do the same thing, but usually there's something like the shortest, the ideal, the most performant way of doing things. This is my best advice that I can give to you. Your best line of code is a line never written. Although I like writing ABAP, although I'm a passionate software developer, usually the best solutions that I know where I've been involved in were something that has only a small, really small portion of ABAP, or perhaps no ABAP at all, because everything has been done with library, with framework, with everything that the SAP gave for us and where you already have paid for. So do not invent things that are already out there. Have things as short as possible, because also another aspect here is every line increases that of course that you write increases the technical debt. Everything wants to be refactored sooner or later. Everything needs to be checked, reviewed, tested. So be as short as possible with your code. Be stingy with your code. Trust to your gut, but only for the bad feeling. If you think something might not work, then it will not work. If you're not 100% happy with your code, if you do not really understand all the side effects that come from that library function, then most likely you didn't cater for all the errors that this library function or this framework can produce. And then it's only a matter of time till your application will break. So make sure that you cater for all the aspects, that you really understood what that line of code or that framework function does. Yes, do not waste system resources. I mean, usually we are not, as a developer, we are not responsible for those things. Hardware and servers and RAM, these are infinite resources where the basis team take care of. But usually it's not really the truth. Like our subsystem need to maintain multiple applications at the same time. And if you are wasteful with the resources, sooner or later you will run into problems. Even if you say, this application, this only runs once a day, you don't know how your users will change their behavior over time. If the solution is cool, they might run it more often. Instead of running once a day, they might run every minute, 100 times a second, whatever. Especially if you have something like a service, like an HTTP service, a REST service that you expose. You don't know how often this thing will be called. And in that very moment, you are wasteful with your resources. Like you read too much, you do too much, then this might bring your system down to its knees. So build your solution under the idea that it might be running frequently. Even if you are not considering to move your application into the BTP, just check out the ABAP Cloud. Consider using ABAP Cloud as a programming paradigm, because ABAP Cloud is the greatest step that ABAP took for many, many years. It eliminates all the gutter, all these old deprecated malformed statements that you shouldn't be using at all. And ABAP Cloud makes it mandatory to maintain a clean and concise style. So even if you are not having a huge cloud strategy in your company, just consider building your application already cloud ready. This can easily be achieved by just setting the flick in that application object in the source code or in the package or class. And the last thing, which will sound obvious for most of you, avoid toil. Yeah, why should you do that? Of course, I avoid toil all the time. I don't want to have a complicated, time-consuming life. In that very moment, you build, for example, a custom table and do not care about archiving. Sooner or later, the table will fill up, and something bad will happen to your application. In that very moment, you offer a configuration, a customizing option to your user without a validity check. If the user has provided that thing, or if the user provided a valid input to the customizing. Sooner or later, a user might give the wrong input. If you have not considered about adding a unit test to your code, sooner or later, you need to test your application again and again. So by those things, in that very moment, you write the code and you lean back and say, I don't need to do that because it's just a one-time solution. It's not carried out too often. Sooner or later, it will come back to you. And usually it does not come back when you expect it and when you want it and when you can deal with that thing. Usually it comes back when you want to focus on a new application, on a new feature. So try to have a toil-free life by investing early in your application and bringing a precise application to life. Resourceful or with a good usage of the resources, with stable and resilient patterns like defaults, with a good handling of the connections. I've mentioned retry circuit breaker and other things, with code in a quality that it makes it easy to understand, to refactor, to explain to someone, and to enjoy. And that's it from my side. Thank you for listening. Have a great time.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Right on time, right on time. You don't just write precise ABAP, but you also do precise presentations, I see. Right on the dot. We had a question in the chat, but I will leave it for later on in the speakers. So you can answer the question later on. Okay, thank you, Thomas. So the next speaker that we are having is Winfried. And Winfried works for SAP AG, and he will be talking to us about designing testable classes and packages. He has written tons of blogs and even a book about test-driven development. So I must say he is really an expert in this topic. And I can even push it further to say I think the topic is really close to his heart. Winfried, you can continue and take over the screen, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Promise. I hope everyone can hear me well. I'm going to share my screen now. Okay. My name is Winfried Schwarzmann. I'm working for SAP, as Promise already said, and today I would like to introduce you to the design of
Winfried,
testable.
You're sharing the wrong screen. This is the presentation screen you're currently sharing.
Okay, yeah, so I will just...
The presenter screen, so just switch it.
So must this be...
I think it's the display settings top down. Yeah, perfect.
Yep. Okay, then yeah, it's about the design of testable ABAP classes and packages. And can't I move on here? Okay, yeah. This way it should work. So a few words about myself. I'm working for SAP for more than 25 years as a developer and architect on the one hand, and on the other hand as an agile software engineering coach. I have been conducting many workshops and was also developing trainings and also conducting those trainings about agile software engineering practices. And out of all this experience, I wrote this book, Test-Driven Development with ABAP Objects. It's not about greenfield development only. Actually, it's more about the brownfield world. So where you need to get a hold on the application with first tests, yeah, and then start the refactoring and improving further and further. If you do refactor, it's of course the question, how should the new classes and packages look like? This is the topic of today. And other books I have written are about test data classes. So this is an object-oriented pattern for readable and reusable test data, which is quite important in the test world because you should understand the test case easily, yeah, and you should avoid duplication also in the test world. And test data classes can do exactly this for you. Last but not least, I wrote a book about parallel processing. with ABAP object. So the class we just saw in Thomas' presentation, CL ABAP Parallel, is in the focus of this book. But not only, it was also important for me to have a complicated example, where I could show how package should be designed in order to mitigate this complexity. So it's a lot about designing packages correctly, and this with an application using parallel processing. Okay, so let's look at this topic today, and we start rather simple. So whenever we need a new class, that class should have at least one interface for its public methods. And there should be a factory providing objects of this new class. So the mechanism is then as follows. The factory class offers a method to return a new object, so an object of the new class. So this is this method. There should be on the new class side so-called creation method. This is not the same as the constructor. The constructor is just a technical construction of an object of a class, but it does not ensure that this object is valid in the sense of the application. Whereas creation methods, so explicit static methods, starting with the term create normally, they return valid objects. And this is what other classes who want to work with the new class are interested in. So there should be at least one creation method. And since the factory is defined as a friend of the new class, this creation method can be private. So you see it with the minus sign. Whereas, of course, the method of the factory, which the world around the new class should use, is public. You see it with the plus sign here. And when the create new method returns an object, it does so by reference to the interface. And we will see on the next two slides why this mechanism is so useful. So let's have a look, first of all, at the new class definition and implementation. That's all, at least when it comes to the skeleton of the new class. So we haven't thought about the functionality yet. It's just about that the technical necessities for testability are given. And you now can see this is our new class. I told you it implements at least one interface. So the interface we just saw, I called it IF new. The class has the factory class as a friend, so that one can also call methods in the private section, which no one else can do. And here in this creation method of the class, the constructor is called. And maybe further things are done so that the validity of the returned object is guaranteed. In this case, I kept it really simple. So this is what is true for every new class. That's why I called it the skeleton. Okay, maybe you wonder why the creation method does not return the interface. This is possible, because this creation method will not be used by the outside world directly, but only by the factory. And the factory knows the class, of course. Yeah. So it doesn't bother that the class name is returned. The advantage is that within the creation method down here, if I need to define 1 or 2 attributes to ensure validity, yeah, then I can immediately do it. Yeah, if I return here the interface, yeah, then I cannot have that line here. This would now refer to the interface, and the interface doesn't know the attributes. Okay, so I need extra variables and so on. And Thomas just said, yeah, try to avoid extra stuff. So it is better to use here the class type. It doesn't make any difference for the outside world because we have the factory in between anyway. And when we look at the factory code later on, you will see that the create new method of the factory returns the interface. So all is good in the outside world. Okay, so we have now first developments going on. Yeah, our new class was, of course, developed on purpose. Yeah, because this product class here, yeah, with its product method, yeah, needs a method of the new class, and I just called it the new method. Okay, so of course this offering, yeah, becomes part of the interface. So now I enter this previously empty interface, yeah, and define the new method there, and then of course start implementing it in the new class. And now the procedure is as follows, yeah, and this is the same for all classes using new objects, not just for this product class, yeah. In order to get a new object, yeah, a request, so this is the R request, yeah, to the create new method of the factory, yeah, that one itself doesn't create new objects, yeah, it calls the private creation method of the class doing it. So that one already returns the valid object, yeah, and that one comes back, and here exactly it comes back as the interface, and this is what you see there. After the creation, yeah, the new method is found in the returned interface and can be used. This leads to the following huge advantage. Yeah, there is no connection between this product class and the new class. Yeah, so the product class is only depending on the factory, yeah, and the interface. Meaning, if tomorrow, yeah, I have an idea for a more performing new class, yeah, I could just have another class next to it, let it also implement the new interface. So in this sense, fulfilling the contract, yeah. And then I can simply change this create new method in the factory. So from now on, yeah, not this former new class is to be used, yeah, but the really new one, the latest new one, yeah, and the product class, the product method, and the outside world won't even realize because the contract is still fulfilled. Yeah, what is returned here, yeah, is interface, and it is implemented according to the contract. Okay, so this is also called a full decoupling of these two classes, and this is the foundation for testability. Yeah, because if this is done in the product world, yeah, and we are just talking about this right now, then this can also be done in the test world. During tests, I can just not return an object of this class, but one of a test double. Okay. using the same mechanism. And this is also why I spend so much time now on this, because later on, when I refer to the Testable also implementing this interface, then you will understand, yeah, that the mechanism was already provided by the testable design I'm presenting you today. Okay, so now we have a closer look at this product class, yeah, and the interaction I was just talking about. But it's always nice to see it in a diagram, yeah, and then also in the code. And yeah, so you see here the definition of the product class. And in this case, I kept it simple. Of course, there should also be an interface, yeah, for this one, yeah, but then it wouldn't fit on here. So yeah, and now let's look at what we are really interested in right now. Yeah, it is how this product method, yeah, gets first of all a new object, yeah, and then calls the new method on it. Yeah, this is done, yeah, by asking the factory, please give me your singleton object. Yeah, so there is exactly one object of this factory, which then in an instance method, yeah, returns a new object. And the new object, yeah, can then be used to call one of the methods of the new interface. Yeah, and this is done there. Of course, it could also be that the product class, yeah, has this statement already in the constructor, yeah, filling an MO new object attribute, yeah, so that one is later on available to all methods, not just product method, but also to further methods of this product class. Yeah, so these are just little deviations which don't make any difference. Okay, yeah. The reason why I'm working with a so-called singleton factory, yeah, having exactly one factory object, yeah, instead of a static factory having no objects, yeah, with just static methods, is simply because then I can redefine factory methods. Yeah, and this is what we will take advantage of. And that's why the singleton factory approach is more flexible. Okay, yeah, before we now dive even deeper in this testable design, I want to introduce you to the color code I'm using everywhere. And so we start with the color we have already seen. Yeah, so that's the one for the productive code. Yeah, and of course our class under test here, abbreviation CUT, class under test, has that productive color. Yeah, what other colors do we have? Of course, when we start testing, then we are working with test classes. Yeah, if we do unit testing, we do it in the local test include of the class under test. Yeah, so there we have then local test classes. Yeah, and those in diagrams show up as blue boxes. Then, if we want isolated testing, so we want to test only the class under test, but not all the other classes it depends on, yeah, then we need test doubles. And the color for test doubles is green. Yeah, and here we also use the abbreviation DOC for dependent on class. And the double class, you can see it here. Yeah, so this is a global test double of the class DOC in this case. Last but not least, yeah, it is good in order to avoid duplication and increase the readability, yeah, to have a test infrastructure of help classes. And since these classes are normally reused, yeah, by multiple productive classes and their tests, yeah, they are global. So TH is a global test help class, and the test data classes I just mentioned in my introduction, yeah, are examples of these help classes.
Yeah, Winfried, sorry to interject. I think you're using the mouse pointer on the other screen, so it's a bit hard to. We're not seeing your mouse here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, much better. Much better. It's gone now.
Yeah, but then I have to look at the other screen because otherwise I'm not controlling it well enough. So yeah, I cannot look into the camera as before. Hope this is still okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Thank you.
Yep, thank you for the hint. Yeah, and now we look at class diagrams. Yeah, so we already learned every class, our class under test, yeah, and the class it depends on, yeah, should have interfaces. So this is what you see here, yeah, and also the factory in between, yeah, should have an interface where all, yeah, the objects it can create are present. And yeah, and as we have seen, yeah, with the product class and the new class, yeah, is that the creation goes via the factory. So I hope you understand this setup here. Yeah. Yeah. Now we want to do testing. Yeah. So this is all productive code. This is the testable design, yeah, so that we can now have isolated tests. What do we need for isolation? Yeah, we want to test this class on its own, yeah, so without the class it depends on. So we are introducing a testable for this class, implementing the same interface, so fulfilling the same contract, yeah, on what this class depends on. And then we also have a test double for the factory inheriting from this factory class. Yeah. So now we can redefine certain methods. Yeah. So like the create of this doc method here. So the question is now, how do we change the setup in the test phase, yeah, that the double of the factory is used and not the productive factory, yeah? And this can be done by a help class, so-called injector class. It has just one purpose, yeah? It is to inject a double of the factory here. Yeah, this is a singleton. So there's always an SO factory attribute, yeah, as we will see soon. And any object which is placed there will be used immediately, yeah, and no new will be created. So let's see how this evolves by having a look at the code of this factory class. Okay, so singleton factory, you can see it on the one hand by, oh, this should actually be static. Yeah, this is also what the S refers to. Oh, sorry. So we should have here a static, so class data as a factory. And we have the get method, yeah, which returns the singleton object. And if it doesn't exist, it is created. Yeah. If the injector as a friend, yeah, has put the double object here before the get is called, yeah, the get will be fine with the double factory and return it. Yeah. And the outside world is of course content with it because it just needs the interface of the factory. Yeah. And this one is provided by both the productive factory, and our testable of the factory. Yeah. So this way we change the whole creation process, yeah, from creating productive objects to creating double objects. Yeah, and this can now be seen here. So we have now such a local test class for our method under test. Yeah, so there is not just one test class for the class under test, yeah, but for each public method, yeah, there should be a separate test class. Yeah, so now we have this local test class for this one method under test. And that one, as we will see then later on also by code, yeah, does the following. Yeah, it creates an object of the factory double class. Okay, then it uses this helper to inject it to the static attribute here. And then it can create an object of the dependent on class. So the class on which cut really depends on, yeah, and inject it into this factory here. And then what happens if during the test run, yeah, the class under test executes its get factory method, or just the get method, yeah, then this one is returned. Yeah, and later on I say create a doc, and then this injected double is returned. Yeah, so this way we take out the productive part here completely. Yeah, and we only have this part of the productive world left. Yeah, so having an isolated test for the class under test. Let's have a look at the corresponding code, yeah, of this local test class. So you see it here. We are just seeing here the implementation. And in the setup of this test class, exactly those steps are performed. I already mentioned, yeah, creating a factory double object. We have it here, using the injector to put it to the static attribute. Okay, and then creating a doc double object, yeah, and using the factory double, yeah, to store it, yeah, and later on provide it. And if this is done for a singleton here, yeah, so if doc is a singleton class, there is just one doc object, yeah, then we can even do late configuration in the test methods, which means setup is executed before each test method. Maybe the test methods need different configurations of the doc double, once returning nothing, once returning a lot of good data, and once returning maybe an exception or so. Yeah. So here just one test method is shown, yeah, but the other test method could configure this double late, so in the test method after the injection, yeah, in completely different ways. So now we have a look at the definition of this local test class. And so we see here that the setup method we just looked at, the test method we have seen, yeah, and we are having this attribute in the local test class of the doc double, yeah. And of course, the setup method can create it, and test methods like the one here, we just have one right now, yeah, can then also access it, yeah, and configure it for the first time or further or whatever is necessary. Okay, so this is possible because doc is a singleton. How does this look like for non-singleton doubles? Yeah, and now it becomes a little bit difficult, but I hope I can guide you through this. So then the same test class for method under test, yeah, in case doc is not a singleton, so multiple objects of it are possible, yeah. Then we can, in the setup method, yeah, only create the factory double and inject it. Yeah, so prepare for the isolation. But each test method, yeah, has then to create one or multiple doc doubles, yeah, do the configuration here, yeah, with by providing corresponding values to this creation method and so on. Yeah, and then injecting all these doubles, yeah, in the sequence they should be used later on, yeah, into the factory double. Yeah, in other words, the class under test, yeah, during its the execution of the test, yeah, will first get the factory object, and then from this factory object once and here twice, yeah, ask for doc objects, yeah, and this will be first this doc double, and in the second call that doc double. Yeah, so the ones we injected one after the other will then be provided by the factory to the class under test. And this way we can even deal with the need of multiple doubles, yeah, with complete different behavior, because this first double could return no data and the second one could return good data, or that one returns an exception and then we don't even need the second one and things like that. Yeah, so I have full flexibility. Okay, so once again, we have a look at the definition, yeah, for the non-singleton case, because here we do have an attribute for the factory double, yeah, not for doc, yeah, and the reason is quite simple. If I just return, because we cannot complete the whole configuration and injection in the setup method, yeah, so we need to access this factory double also in a second method down here, yeah, so this can only be done if this is an attribute, yeah. On the other hand, yeah, we don't need the doc double before we can eventually configure it fully, yeah, so we don't need an attribute for it. We can do all this locally. Yeah, just create this local object and inject it, and that's it. Yeah, so no attribute is needed. So yeah, that's why we have here a slightly different situation. Okay. Now, this is already good what I have shown you. Yeah, it's just the point that there will be duplication. Yeah, why? I told you we want a test class for each method under test. Yeah, so to have a separation of concerns. Test cases for one method, yeah, are in this test class, and test cases for another method are in another test class. Yeah, so this kind of separation of concerns in the test world. Yeah, so we are having multiple test classes. If now each of these test classes, yeah, does the creation of this factory double and the injection, yeah, then we have duplication. And this is not necessary, yeah, because yeah, this class has this dependency, yeah, already in the product world, yeah. So of course, all the test classes, all the local test classes need the same test double factory, yeah. So we can simply extract this. Yeah, and in this case, we have extracted it to a global base class. Yeah, global test base class. And so you see here, we are going to have also a local base class, yeah, which is derived from the global one. Yeah, and then we have the specific method-specific test classes derived from this base class here. So this is what the symbols say. Yeah, and we will now see that all these new classes, global and local ones, yeah, have own responsibility. Yeah, in order to avoid duplication and later on also simplify things. So let's look into that one first. Yeah, as I said, we don't want that the factory double is created and injected multiple times across our local test include. Yeah, so that's why we simply extract these two lines, yeah, into this base class here. And we are having this attribute, yeah, so that the derived test classes can still access the factory double in order to inject specific doc doubles, as we have seen. Such a global base class, yeah, is first of all needed for this here, yeah, these two lines here, yeah, but it could also be a place, yeah, where you put maybe test data, yeah, which you frequently need or so, that you also set it up here, yeah, and can then reuse it in all derived test classes. Yeah, so normally those base classes grow over time. Yeah, but the very simple version is what you can see here. What is left? Left is that the doc double hasn't been created yet, yeah, and hasn't been configured yet. Yeah, and this is now the responsibility of this local base class. So you see, we derive that one from the global one. Yeah, so we have this factory double creation injection mechanism already included. We don't have to repeat it. Actually, we don't even have to care about it any longer. Yeah, this is also an aspect of simplicity now. And we are again looking at the singleton case for the doc double. Yeah, so there exists only one. Yeah, so that's why we can have an attribute pointing to the one doc double. There won't be more. Yeah, and in its setup method, yeah, we have now the other two lines. Yeah, creation of the doc double. Yeah, and then injecting it into the factory double. Yeah, so that the factory can then provide it one after the other. In this case, just always the same. Yeah, so hope this was now clear. Yeah, that we have here a separate focus on the isolation. Yeah, so now we are fully isolated. This is the point. Yeah, so our class, yeah, whatever we do in such a specific test class derived from that one, yeah, that of course derived from that one, yeah, will never reach this productive class again. Yeah, because we have this double here, and that one looks at that class, yeah, and does never look at this class. Yeah, so that's why we have now already complete isolation. It is just that the configuration hasn't been done, but you see the arrow here. Yeah, so now the specific test class can focus, yeah, on the configuration of this singleton object here. Yeah, and I emphasize it, must only focus on it. Yeah, it doesn't have to care about anything else. Those classes here, yeah, already take away, yeah, a kind of the complicated part of this testable design. So let's have a look at this method under test. So you see here, we inherit from this local base class, yeah, and you know the global one is already a part of it. And yeah, so we start immediately with mo doc double, yeah, it exists, yeah, and start with the configuration. So we start with the test case immediately. Yeah, we are not dealing about injection and this kind of isolation stuff. No, the pure test case can now be written, and yeah, and since we have the name doc double, yeah, we don't even have to explain it. Yeah, it's immediately understood. I have a double for doc. Okay, now I'm configuring it. In this way or in that way. Okay, and now what happens then? Yeah, so pure focus on the test case possible. Okay. Yeah, so hopefully now you have understood why we need factories, why we need injector classes. Yeah. So in the end, what you see here is now the next level. Yeah. So we have already designed a clean class. Yeah. Now we want to design a clean package. And a clean package should be encapsulated. Yeah, so hide all its contained development objects except the one it exposes in its package interface. Can also have multiple package interfaces, but at least one. And so this of our package we focus on, yeah, which you call now the server package, yeah, because it serves one or multiple client packages, yeah, with its functionality. Yeah. Okay, so this is the package interface of the server package. And what is now in this package interface and what is not in it? Yeah, this is crucial. And so, of course, the functionality we offer, yeah, these client packages have to have a chance to access it somehow. Yeah, so the functionality is, for instance, one method here in this interface. This is the functionality, yeah, maybe with a deep data structure and then doing a lot inside the package, yeah, but that's the entry point, yeah. So how does one client package like that one, yeah, get to this functionality here? There has to be a factory, yeah, which is then returning this interface to the client package. As we have seen before, yeah, it is just called external factory here, yeah, because we are then also having the need for an internal factory. Okay, so just to distinguish the two. And as we have seen, the factory has an interface. Yeah, the class of the factory, of course, has to be available. Yeah, because this is what this package says: get me the singleton object of the factory. Okay, so for this it needs the class and it receives the interface. And for testing, yeah, if I want to test, let's say, this package here in isolation, yeah, then of course I will work with the testable of this factory, as we have seen. Okay, and of course I need the injector, yeah, to get this double, yeah, into the static attribute here, so that it is used. And yeah, what the factory offers is in this case only this interface here. Yeah, so it says create object 1, yeah, and what is returned, yeah, is then this interface here. You've find the functionality the package offers. Yeah, and once that is called, the whole execution is done inside. Okay, so this is all hidden, encapsulated. Yeah, all you see is this single method which offers the functionality. So, of course, the class of this interface is not in the package interface. Yeah, we have already seen that. This product class in the very beginning. Yeah, did not have any clue, yeah, or connection to the new class or so. Yeah, it's simply not there. Yeah, and likewise, yeah, also the client packages don't need the class of it. It just needs the interface. Yeah, and it is provided by the factory. So the class of it, you find it down here. And of course, for implementing this huge functionality here, many more classes are needed. I just have placed here 2 more. Yeah, there are probably many, many more. Yeah, and of them, yeah, not even the interfaces are in the package interface. Yeah, because they are not really needed by the outside world. They are just needed indirectly. Yeah, internally. So it then works like this. Yeah. So once this method is called, yeah, of course, we end up in this implementation here. And this implementation, let's say, has 2 dependencies, 2 classes which help it. And these are classes 2 and 3. Yeah. So how does class 1 get objects of class 2 and 3? Using the internal factory. Yeah, so the internal factory now offers objects of class 2 and class 3, what the external doesn't. Yeah, so this is this joint offering here. Yeah, so this means internally I have also full decoupling of class 1 from the classes 2 and 3. It depends on using this internal factory. Yeah, so in the end, I'm using this mechanism, this clean design I'm talking about twice. Yeah, for the outside world and then also for all the dependencies inside. Yeah, and of course, we also need this injector. So you see those 4 here, yeah, are the same. It's just external and internal. And here are the interfaces we need, and here are the classes we need. Okay. And it's, of course, a very good idea, yeah, to reduce the offering of a package, yeah, maybe to 1 or 2 methods, yeah, because then the contract, yeah, between the server package and the client packages is just the signature of these 1 or 2 methods. That's all. Everything else can be refactored anytime. Yeah, and this is why I call it then clean. Yeah, because it gives you the most control over your source code. Yeah, and the flexibility. So you can start introducing some parallelization and so on. No one will care. Yeah, because the contract is reduced to a minimum. Yeah, and that one you can easily keep stable. If inside you are now doing parallel processing, nice, yeah, because the performance increases, but outside world doesn't care. Okay. I just see it's not 3 o'clock. I should end, but now. So I will finish now quickly. I'm almost done. So this enables then, yeah, that we really implement the test pyramid. Yeah, component tests being the test of an entire encapsulated package. Unit test being the isolated test of a class. An application test, yeah, being the isolated test of multiple components. Yeah, working together, making up the application. This way, we can reach an isolated test pyramid. Okay, yeah, and this is just more information on the books. Yeah, you see it starts with the modernization of legacy code, yeah, more than 100 pages on a challenging example, a real-world challenging example, showing you the entire test-oriented improvement process I'm always proposing or propagating. Then part 2 is about the theory, yeah, how to develop the test infrastructure to do all the testing necessary here. And part 3 is then in case, yeah, you have a greenfield development, yeah, how can you do it completely different, yeah, starting with skeletons, a lot of skeletons, yeah, which ensure the testability of your entire application and the implementation of the test pyramid. Yeah, and then completed by some software engineering tips and tricks and introduction to development and test tools. Clean design, what we have seen today. Yeah, so we have talked about the design of the classes, the test classes, the packages, and also bodies. Yeah, this is what I have not talking about. And the second part of the small ebook, yeah, it's just 100 pages or so, contains a training, yeah, where you can actually practice this with complete exercises and solutions at your own pace. Test data classes, as I already said, are object oriented representation of test data. So we cannot just represent data structures and tables, what we need here and there and everywhere, yeah, but also messages. Also object-oriented representation of messages, which make it really nice to read test code, which deals with the error handling. Yeah, and again, there is a training with complete exercises and solutions, so that you can practice all this. And here the parallel processing, yeah, is of course introducing to this class CL ABAP parallel, yeah, but it also shows an advancement of the test data classes, yeah, so how these can be inherited from productive data classes, a really nice pattern. And what I emphasize over and over again, because you will not find it easily elsewhere, yeah, is how packages should be designed. I talked about it, but also how they can be refactored, yeah, if things change, yeah, and this is done in there. Okay, yep. So thank you very much.
So, and we are already at the mid speakers because Winfried took like, I believe, 7 minutes overtime, but that's okay. I have to say that's one of those sessions that you have to watch, I believe, 10 times to understand it.
Or you just go through the exercises and then you have it in your hands, yeah, because otherwise it's just pure theory, and you use the slide deck more for okay, yeah. Now
this is also a question actually that came up in my mind. But I guess you answered it with your book presentations and so on. So if we want to get access to example code, this is provided via the books, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
There are
current Winfried, is there a current application in the substandard which is shipped to the customer that has these patterns that you mentioned? This would be a really cool thing to see.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the book, Test-Driven Development with ABAP Objects, I'm using examples from the master data governance application.
Okay.
Yeah. So
because I know not all SAP unit or not all ABAP unit tests of the SAP are shipped to the customers. I've seen that some of them are taken out before they are shipped.
Yeah.
But I need to check that out. This is cool. Thank you.
Yep. You're welcome.
Yeah, it was interesting and mind-blowing, you know, but I can already see the benefits of it.
We had one question to Thomas that was about the naming conventions, which he already answered. Hungarian notation. I think at least it looks like Winfried is a fan of the Hungarian notation.
Yeah.
So
But
if it's about naming conventions, can give you a few words. You need to, of course, discuss if it's about external naming conventions, like how to name repository objects, or internal naming conventions, like how to name something in the code. Usually I try to reduce all kind of usage of naming convention to the bare minimum. Like naming something, I'm a class, is usually superfluous, because for that there's the object type that already exposes this feature. Okay. So just adding it makes things more complicated. And all kind of conventions, all kind of notations, someone needs to know and embrace and have it in the same way. So the question is, what do you think do you add with adding further notations? And then often you can't answer that. Yeah, because I want to have it. It gives me a warm feeling because everything is named like that. What I can recommend, and we are doing that in those domains where I'm working a lot, we are naming repository objects of the same project in a similar way. So you can easily see all these artifacts, all these classes have a similar prefix, and we can immediately see, okay, they are all from the same application. But this is less of a naming convention that exposes the type of an object, but the source of the application where it comes from. If it's about internal naming conventions, like the well-known and infamous Hungarian notations, I think in no other programming language in the world it's popular. Linus Torvalds, the inventor of Linux, has a clear saying on that. Robert C. Martin, author of Clean Code, has a quite clear saying on that. Don't use it. Because it makes things more complicated. Your code gets more difficult to refactor. It doesn't help you at all. But if this is your biggest concern, if your code is clean and well designed and concise, then the Hungarian notation is the least thing that you should worry about.
Are we
talking about the prefixes, like MO or SO? Or what are we talking about? I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
So in the end, before I've written the books, I thought about this a lot. Yeah. And if you have a book in hands and you don't have the tooltip available. Yeah. So for this reason, I try to provide this information in the code already. Yeah. So if you there find something like SO, yeah, you know it's a static object. And if you find something like MO, you know it's an attribute object, without going back to the last page or something else. Yeah. So this was the pure reason why, at least in books and in presentations, I always go for them.
Talking also about your session, Winfried, there's one more question that is also, I think, the usual question when it comes to unit testing or testing in general, what's the overhead, to put it that way, because we get in the end, this also maybe for Thomas, we get paid money to deliver something to production. And unit testing or testing and making it easier later on is always seen still as a hurdle in actually matching the deadline. So what's your opinion on that, or what's your approach to solve this problem?
Quite simple. I know there are more artifacts in my design than in other designs. So this is probably what the audience is referring to. But in the end, I have always the same design. So it's always, I just execute. Yeah, so you can also go into the automation of creating those skeletons easily. Yeah, because the design is always the same. Yeah, I just distinguish whether a class is a singleton or not a singleton. That's all. I have not spoken about any other difference when it comes to the things which matter for the decoupling and testability. This is all. Yeah, and so being able to repeat it over and over again, yeah, having the same design everywhere, yeah, then offers great efficiency gains. Yeah, someone will get into it easily, yeah, if it's done the same across the application, yeah, and everything. So more code, but we can generate, and AI will support, and so on. So these issues will be more and more mitigated, but you will benefit from the design. This is the point.
I will ask later on Thomas Fiedler about the AI and unit test generation.
And just
and in general,
yes, I just wanted to add something. I mentioned it in my presentation that this is already an advantage for the productive implementation. Yeah, if I can just replace a class, yeah, by a more performing version I developed in parallel first, yeah, I can easily switch from the one to the other just by changing the factory, yeah, no matter how many other classes are depending on this contract and so on. So this then also pays off. Yeah, so it's not just the testing.
Yeah, and in general, just to add, if you start by writing your productive code first and then write unit test afterwards, you'll definitely feel like the unit testing are derailing you towards the timeline or the deadline, But if you follow a test-driven development, then you are building the productive code and the unit test almost together, which then you won't see it as derailing you, I think.
Yeah, this is good. There's actually something I would like to add to it. And this is, in the past, I think test-driven development was more important, yeah, because with that technique, you ensured this kind of decoupling and testability, yeah, because your first test already needed it, okay? With the clean design I presented, yeah, this necessity is not really there any longer, yeah, because even without a first test in the very beginning, yeah, you can be sure that it will be decoupled and testable in the end, yeah, using factories and interfaces and doubles in the way I have just shown. Yeah, so this is maybe then something for those people who struggle with the indirect implementation process, test-driven development.
All right.
So I would say thank you to Thomas and Winfried. It was a really nice session from both of you. I really liked how Thomas presented the good and bad part from the deductive way, very, very easy, and I really enjoyed it. So congratulations. And from Winfried, it's easily seeable. This one of those hidden gems at SAP. They rarely come out, but when they come out, it's really like a mind-blowing presentation where you can see there's a lot of knowledge available. And I think we have to get the books. Watch this session like a few times. And if you also want, there's also a session from him from the ABAPConf Europe. Same level of quality. So also thank you very much, Winfried, for showing and sharing your experience and your knowledge. Even it's not for beginners, it's really, really appreciated. I really liked it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And the next one, I think Promise can also share the intro slide, but now we have Marc Bernard.
Hello, hello.
For ABAP Git and APM. And Marc Bernard, I think everybody that has once worked with ABAP Git also knows him. You also gave a very nice, that's a new profile photo.
Yeah.
You didn't share this profile photo with me for the ABAPConf in December.
This is for South Africa. South Africa is special.
Yeah, but
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great.
And he also presented something about APM at the ABAPConf Europe. They're very much excited what he's going to tell us now about it. And in general, I have to say, Marc Bernard is one of those persons, I think, very, front runner, coming to ABAP and pushing it to its limits. And sometimes it feels like he's more hindered by the limitations SAP is implying on top of his ideas. If it would be do the same stuff in a non-SAP world, he would be like an absolute rock star. But he is our rock star and the ABAP world. So the stage is yours, Mike. Have fun.
All right. Thanks very much for the introduction. I promise. Thank you for setting up this incredible event. Feels like the one is the TED conference, and this is the TEDx conference here for a special South Africa version of it. So let me see screen share. You see my presentation? Yeah.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, great. So today we're going to talk about ABAP Git and APM. A little bit upfront about me. I've actually been a big fan of South Africa, and here you see the my honeymoon, where my wife and I went pretty much exactly 15 years ago, a trip around the world, and we stopped over in South Africa. There's a link on the presentation when you get it later. You can watch the whole journey we blogged across the world. And we always thought South Africa was one of the most, if not the most beautiful country, certainly that we have seen. And you'll see some more things in my presentation every now and then. I've put some pictures of our trip in there. So my kind of mission is to bring open source to the world of SAP. I've bootstrapped my Marc Bernard tools, some utilities for Basis and BW. I've spent many years now as a contributor to ABAP Git project, and this year I started working on something new called APM, Package Manage for ABAP, and you'll see more about that. This is kind of what my life looks like when I'm working from home, working from anywhere. It's not just ABAP Git that I have here on my list. All these commits are into lots of different projects. And if you go further down the list, because I started more web development, you'll see some interesting stuff. I even contributed to NPM. And I've learned a lot. So it's quite fascinating to come from the ABAP world, where I spent decades, and now also seeing how open source works in other areas. This is kind of our high-level picture for the rest of the session. We're talking about ABAP Git as a client that developers use to connect to Git repositories. It can be on GitHub, GitLab, Azure, you name it. Anything that has a Git server can be connected to, as long as you have an open network connection to the outside world. Could be also a Git server inside your firewall, of course. And on the other side, we'll talk about that later, the world of ABAP package management that I'm working on. This will be a new way of interacting with the outside world and sharing code and packages with other developers. So the ABAP APM client will connect to the APM registry, and from there you can get packages into your system and also publish packages that you created or you contributed to back to the registry. So let's first talk about ABAP Git. Here you see some of the photos that we took while we were in South Africa. Of course, lots of wildlife, beautiful fauna as well. So talking about ABAP Git, it's ABAP and it's Git. So we need to understand first what is Git. it's a version control system. You note that there's some kind of version management inside the ABAP system. It takes snapshots of your objects every now and then, usually when transports are released. Git is much more sophisticated, much more detailed, has a very complex branching model as well, which you don't really know much when you're just talking about plain ABAP. It's coming now into the SAP world as well with GCTS and BTP, but it's been the driving force for open source development, and we can use it now also with ABAP Git outside of together with the ABAP world. One key thing is that it's designed for more or less text files. So if they're binary objects, let's say an image, you wouldn't be able to see a difference between the image using Git. But if you see any kind of text files, this is what Git is made for. So that's why we're translating things that are in ABAP into text files that we can then move around between the ABAP system and a Git server. GitHub is one of the hosting services for Git repositories. I mentioned here is because it's the most popular. It's now owned by Microsoft, but it's free for pretty much the vast majority of cases that you want to use it for when it comes to open source. There are, of course, also paid versions if you want to have it, let's say, running inside your company or as an enterprise version. So it gives you a graphical user interface for Git. And in my last, 5 or 6 years working with ABAP Git and open source, I rarely had to recite to the Git command line. Just using GitHub is fully sufficient to do pretty much everything that you need to do when it comes to looking at your objects, changing them, doing pull requests, open issues, and so on. So there's lots of things around it. I'll show you a little demo as well. Now ABAP Git is the client that connects the two worlds, your ABAP system and the Git server. Was started by Lars. As I said, there's lots of different flavors of Git hosts that we can connect to. One of the nice things is that ABAP Git runs pretty much in every available SAP release from 7.0.2 onwards, and this allows you to use it throughout your SAP landscape. Anything that has ABAP in it, you can install ABAP Git and move things around. From open source into your system, or maybe between your systems as well. So a little demo. The first place to go to is abapgit.org. There you find the entry point into the documentation, which has a user guide where it tells you about all the different things, how to get started, how to set up projects. One of the maybe a little bit trickier things, if you have a brand new system, is to set up an SSL connection so that you have a secure connection between your ABAP system and the Git server. So all of these things you find in the documentation. And if you go back to the main overview, you can get into the Git repository that matches ABAP Git. There you find the complete source code, all the objects decomposed, all the different classes that ABAP Git is made of. It's a lot. It's been around for a long time. There's altogether 150,000 lines of code in here. And this is relevant if you wanted to debug ABAP Git or contribute to the ABAP Git itself. What you find on this page as well is the link to the last build of ABAP Git. This is all this source code compiled into one single program. And that is the one that you want to install in your system to very quickly and easily use ABAP Git if you don't have the need to debug or to contribute to it. There's also links to sponsor us. You can see there's a few lead maintainers and many contributors to the ABAP Git project. Without those nice developers, it really wouldn't be where it is right now. There have been literally thousands of contributions to ABAP Git. So let's go back to the presentation. Here we go. Now, how does Git and ABAP Git work? When you install it first, you get in your SAP system this ABAP Git program, and starting the ABAP Git program, you can then have an option to connect to a remote repository. That's what you see here as pretty much on the right side. From there, this describes you this continuous development cycle. You would start by connecting it to a local repository inside your ABAP system, pull the data and objects into your ABAP system, and they become active objects. Let's say you have a program in your repository, you would then have all of a sudden, after the pulling it, you have the same identical program as an active objects in your ABAP system. You can modify it into active object and activate it. And then if you want to get the changes back into the repositories, if you want to contribute to it, you stage your changes. You get a little staging area where you see what actually changed. Do you want to have all changes or just parts of them committed? You make the selection and then push it back into the repository. The remote repository, and that's the nice thing about open source, there's probably other people contributing as well. So there's other changes coming in from other developers. There is a continuous integration process that run unit tests maybe in GitHub. And then this whole cycle continues on and on and on. So it's very much a development process. And let me show you what this looks like into the system. I'm using here the developer version. It looks exactly the same. We go to the first page. This is here my ABAP, what is now called Cloud trial development system. But the older version of it doesn't really matter. The new one works as well. So you see here, I have like many different repositories that I've linked with ABAP Git. You have my own Marc Bernard tools, SAP CodePal, SAP demos, tons and tons of stuff. You can tag them. So if I want to see everything that has to do with APM or with ABAP Git, I can just switch around here. I can show favorites only to limit the list to only a few that I'm working on right now. To connect to another outside repository, if it's not in the list yet, you would just go here to New Online. You would give it the URL and a package in your system. And that's really one of the nice things about it. Even though it's one repository where all the objects are in, you decide in your own system which package it should reside in. So everybody might have a different package. I put ABAPGit here in $ABAPGit as a temporary object, but maybe you want to have it also in downstream systems, so you might put it into a transportal package. So it would be different here. ABAPGit, when it interacts with the repository, will automatically make sure that this works the right way and everything ends up in the right package. So when you click on one of these repositories here, the ABAP system will go to the remote repository and pull in the latest version of all the objects into your system. They're not yet active, they're just stored as files in memory. If there has been an release update, you'll get a little pop-up describing what has changed. You can click that away. And then you see the list of all the objects. It's basically the same as in the TADIR table in the SAP system, where you have an object type and the name of it. So it's like everything that's here in $ABAPGit and all the related sub-packages as well. Under view, you can also change it to the files that are associated with each object. So that depends on the type of object. Classes have several files. So for example, there's the classes and there's a separate file for all the tests. And then there's usually one file in with either XML or a JSON file that has the metadata for each object. On the back, you see what has changed, whether there's a difference between your system and what's in the remote repository. So if I just clicked on this diff link here, I can see, here, somebody has changed on the remote side. See that here on the right, a line of code or 3 lines of code added something to it. That is not in my system yet. Now, if you want to bring this change in, you would just click on pull. The system will then compare. So you have the very recent snapshot, and we can see a pop-up of what you can now pull into your system. Some things are checked by default. Those are the ones that are net new. If there is a delta, it's up to you to decide whether you want to bring this in. You would just click OK, and then the changes will go away. I don't want to do this because I'm actually in a development phase here with this with ABAP Git and contributing as well. The other way, if you made changes and you want to push them back into the repository, you click Stage. So it's the basically reverse process. If you remember the cycle that I showed you before, we'll get a little check here that all the objects are okay. It runs all the unit tests in this repository. It's pretty big. As you saw, there's like 600 or something different classes included to make sure. And up here you see all the unit tests have passed on the top. And then you can decide which of those files now should go into the repository. So these are not the individual objects. These are the files that belong to each object. You can either add them, or if something has been deleted, you can remove them and delete them in the repository as well. I just give it a commit message and a little description. And if you want, you can create a new branch of it. There you go. The next, if you click OK again, these things would end up in GitHub. You can jump directly from ABAP Git into the repository. There's always a link to the URL here. And you can also make changes to it. If you, let's say, you want to connect to a fork, you can change the URL here. You can connect to a different branch. Let's see if there ABAP Git. Yeah, there's a few other branches at the moment. Depends on the project, of course. You can bring in a pull request. So something that has not been merged into the repository, but is kind of work in progress, you can bring that into your SAP system as well. So for example, there's one open pull request that I could bring in here and pull that into my ABAP system. So this is this back and forth principle between ABAP Git and a repository, a Git repository. So let's look a little bit more at open source in general in the world of ABAP. You see this is a Hoots Bay, south of Cape Town, and I'm standing here on Table Mountain. Highly recommend if you have the chance to visit South Africa. Coming to open source projects, there's a list available, a nice website, .abap.org. We can find now almost 300 projects listed. Excuse me, but together with their URL to jump directly into the repository, and a little bit of metadata also tells you whether it's kind of ready for running in BTP or not. You can find some really nice projects here. So why do developers love open source, and why I think this is also something that really every ABAP developer should be interested in and should really take a close look if you haven't gone down that rabbit hole. It's very valuable. Open source is about community, right? It's working together on a solution. And as you have seen in the beginning, I've worked on many different open source projects. Some are small contributions, just fixing a typo somewhere, but this makes it better for the next person who downloads it and installs it into their system. Or maybe it's just updating a little bit of documentation, right? Or maybe it's doing a presentation and linking it into the repository so that everybody else can see it. the other part is that it's the openness of the code, and the vast majority of licenses allow you to copy it and make changes to it yourself. So if you're not 100% satisfied with what the thing is doing, and you can't agree within the community that this should be included for everyone else, you can still make the changes yourself and customize it. Right? You're completely independent of the original. Then it's an incredible learning and development work. Because you're working together with others, usually there's the lead maintainers. Let's say if it's ABAP Git, you would interact a lot with maybe with Lars or with myself. Those are the people who are experts in this particular field. So if I pull in a project, let's say I want to do like something with Excel and ABAP, of course I'm going to the open source project and I find there people who are using this every single day. And if I have an issue, I can open it and get really quick feedback, and it's an incredible learning opportunity for myself as well. Then you'll find usually very new stuff, innovative stuff. It's obviously very, very affordable, because most of the time open source is free, right? Free to use. And this, I have to say, I should put a note here. If you're actively using open source software, especially if you use it in enterprise systems like SAP, and if you're using it productively, please do support the people who are running these projects. There's always like a donate button, or you can sponsor people, maybe, and give back to the community as well. And then quality can be much, much better than you see elsewhere, because developers want to have their solutions shared. They're often very good at watching over security and defining unit tests. But there's a few things that are missing. One, it's not centralized, right? As I said, there can be Git repositories all over the planet. Some many are in GitHub, but there's others as well. There's like repositories in GitLab, Azure, and so on. So we're at the moment missing a central source. The .abap.org thing just lists a link basically to the repository, but it doesn't have really much metadata. Which versions, for example, exist for this project? What ABAP release does it run on? Who are the lead maintainers? Where do I file bugs, and so on? So there's lots of stuff that would be nice to have in a central place. Next thing is that we're talking about versions. In Git, you can version things, you can tag things, but none of these things are guaranteed and stable, right? So if I, even if I are very consistent, I can always go back and delete the release tag. And if I didn't note down exactly which commit ID this was associated with, right, the version might have changed, right? And it's obviously not correct, not consistent across various Git hosts. So we need a system that lets us define exactly which versions we want to deal with, and also, of course, which other packages your solution or your package depends on. And there can be various different ways it depends on it. Maybe it's just some class that I need for testing purposes. Maybe it's something that is more like a peer dependency, or maybe it's even a dependency that I want to bundle into my own project. So all of this, as you have seen, is like a bit tedious, I think, because you're looking at diffs and colors and push and pull. These are terms that work really well in a continuous development cycle, but when it comes to more a Lego approach of putting different packages together and sharing this with other users, it could be much easier. I just want to, for example, just install a package with a single click, right? And then I want to have a little notification, or there's an update available, kind of like a dependent pod, that something is new. Of course, there's the sharing part. I always have to go out and find the right package to see whether it's available, and then I can maybe bring it in with GitHub at the moment, with ABAP Git. All right, so we want to have this very simple. So now let's look a little bit here on the on what I've been working on. and go into APM, or the package manager for ABAP. I don't like to call it ABAP Package Manager, so that's what APM might stand for. It doesn't stand for that. It's just APM. It's the package manager for ABAP. Because if you put ABAP first, you get in trouble with SAP and the naming friends there. So here you see a few things when I was there. You can do diving with crocodiles in South Africa. I was there during the World Cup in, I think it was 2010. Quite amazing time as well. So APM is the package manager for ABAP. So there's a client that you install inside your system, just like you would install ABAP Git. When it becomes available, it will be also a standalone version as a single program. There's a website that goes along with it and a registry. And the good news is that coming in December, just ready for the next big ABAP conference, there will be this whole thing also as a public version that everybody can play around with. The website where you basically enter the whole world is abapcm.com. This is where all the guides and documentations are going to be. And if you see in my previous announcement, it will not be free. It will be a paid service, because there's stuff that needs to happen behind the scenes. It's not completely free to put up a SaaS solution like this. So we make it a little bit paid, just like NPM is paid, but the APM version will also be a paid service. On the website, you'll find also the front end to the registry, where you can search and browse through all the different packages that have been published so far. Since we're really early, there is not that much there yet. So here is the live version of it. I can type in here whatever I want, and it will find the different packages. You can click on it and it will jump into the definition of the package. If you are familiar with JavaScript development and NPM, you have seen something very, very similar to this. And this is the model that everything is built on. This is, of course, the same as NPM works with this incredible registry of JavaScript and TypeScript source. We'll now have as APM. Very similar registry for the world of ABAP. So, of course, you'll get access to the README with all the links into it. You can see whether there are dependencies of the projects and which versions exist, and you can click on each of them and jump around. You could, if you are a registered and paying user, you'll be able also to download from here the tarball, or basically the zipped up version of all the code, and you can install it offline using APM into any of your downstream systems. Otherwise, if you're not paying, you can browse on the registry, but you won't be able to download anything. You see some metadata, which ABAP release is basically the minimum, which APM version it works. Keywords, authors, maintainers. Everything is there, like you know it also for other programming languages. Now we'll get registry also for the world of ABAP. I haven't published that much yet, but when it comes to December public release, I'll put all the packages that I've been working on in this registry, of course. And APM will be there as well. So you'll be able to download all of this and play around with it. And this is the, now I have to exit this, switching this. This little side note that I have to mention. APM is not the same as NPM, or NPM is not the same as APM. There are differences, of course, because we're just having a different programming environment. So that's something please keep in mind. It sets very high expectations. APM has NPM in JavaScript has been around for many years, and it's an incredible source. And there is like a really large company now behind it, right, running the show. This is one of the reasons why it takes me a bit to build this up. I am building this registry for the long-term future, right? So this is where a lot of my work went into at the moment, into building a scalable infrastructure, from day one. And I actually want to do more stuff with this later on, that NPM doesn't do. That's work behind the scene that you don't really see at the moment, but it's important to get it right from the start. As I said, it's the download stuff is and publishing is only available when you become a member of this community. But I'll make a playground available for free, so you'll be able to publish, install, uninstall things as you like. Great also for testing anything. So you don't have to upload test packages or publish test packages to the real registry. You can do that all with a playground. I see this is something that's is attractive for you. When it comes to the client, as I said, there's a standalone and developer versions, just like ABAP Git available. It works with the same framework running inside SAP GUI at the moment. We recommend the SAP GUI for Windows, but it also works with the Java version. And Lars is working for a standalone version that works completely independent as well. If you follow some of his blogs, we'll be able to use that same technology also for APM later on. I use the newer style of ABAP coding, so 750 or higher is required, and we'll do automated downports later on. The client itself is completely free and open source, something that works the same way as in ABAP Git. If I start it up, the developer version, you'll see this overview list is a little bit flipped around. In ABAP Git, you had the repository as the main object, and then you decide which packages goes into. With the APM, it's the other way around. You start with the ABAP package, and then you decide which of the packages that are in the repository, in the registry, you want to install into a package. So if I wanted to install one, you just click up here, install, name your package dollar, whatever, South Africa, yeah, Africa, and then you say, I want to have let's say the JSON project in version 1.10.0, right? Click install, and it would bring it in. I don't want to click it because it's already in my list here, somewhere here, JSON. Once you installed it, there's no further interaction. There's no looking at diffs or something. The complete package as it is in this particular version will come from the registry, downloaded as a zip file or a tarball, and will be unpacked and installed into that package. Inside the APM client here, you can also view the README. I'm showing you this particular one with a JSON. Developed by one of our friends, Alexander, from the Ukraine. Shout out to him. He has done an incredible job documenting everything, and that's the purpose of the README. You'll find all the necessary details on how to use this particular package, right? So you want to have this directly in your system rather than having to go out, where is it in the rest, in ABAP, in GitHub, or maybe it's in another host. Where's the README, right? And you don't see that in ABAP Git either. So in ABAP Package Manager, you will be able to see this README as well. You can see dependencies, and you can see the complete manifest. I kept this here really short in the initial version, but usually you see more details here as well. Let me see if I find one where here semantic versions, for example. If I go to this manifest, you see there's quite a bit more. You see the license linked to the repositories, the dependencies. You can also see here the engine part tells you which ABAP release it is working on. You can also publish things back to the registry. And same thing, you just name which package you want to publish, and off you go. And you can uninstall things as well. And that's the whole point, that this is very easy to discover which new packages are there. You just go to the registry website, browse around, share the links to these with folks of packages that you really like. So this spreads the word about the good packages, right? More people will download it, will get more interested in these packages, and round and round the development cycle goes with ABAP Git to make these packages better. But then the lead maintainer of the package will publish it back to the registry in a new version, so everybody will then be notified. And that's kind of the goal of this user interface, is that you would see here also that, let's say, a JSON currently installed in version 1.10 in my system. I want to have it, there's a new version available. Do you want to update it? And there will be just a single link to click on to bring this to the latest version. All right, there's so much stuff. I mentioned the versioning. It relies completely on semantic versioning, so get used to that. You'll see it in APM everywhere, major, minor, and patches. Any dependencies is defined as a semantic version range, which has its own syntax. If you want to work with APM, you have to get used to that one. You'll find the details in the December package that it tells you how you can define these ranges for defining your dependencies. There's not too much time, so I'll keep this very short. You can have the different types of dependencies, and that's a bit different maybe from NPM, and are very similar, but not exactly the same, right? Because we have only a single namespace in ABAP. I cannot have easily the same object in different versions in my system. So this is how this will differ a little bit from NPM. So if you have a regular dependency, it means that your package won't work unless that other dependency is also installed in the system namespace, in the regular namespace, exactly as the package was defined in the registry. Dev dependencies, usually for things that you require only for testing purposes, that is the same as the regular dependency. Then we have peer dependencies. Those are packages that need to be in your system, but are not installed together. Good example would be, let's say you write a tool that works together with ABAP Git. You don't want to make ABAP Git a full dependency and install it every time you run something with your package, like an update. You want to just have it as a peer dependency. So you expect this to be already installed in your system in order to bring in your package. And the fourth part, and that's also what I'm working on to make this available, is a bundle dependency. This is where the dependency will be included in your package. However, the tricky part is I cannot include it in exactly the same name as it was in the registry, right? Because that would then double up with a generally installed package, right? Maybe another project wants to use this dependency. So we'll import them and rename them at the same time. So they fit also into your own naming conventions for your project. So this will be the real, I think, killer in the end application, that you can bundle these dependencies into your project, and then they become part of your project, but retain the link to the repository. So you'll see if there's an update, and you can bring in the new update of the bundled dependency into your project as well, without impacting anything else. All right, running a little bit short on time, but we are at the end for this presentation. So please, if you haven't played around with it, certainly give it a try with ABAP Git and all the hundreds of open source projects that are already out. in the wild with ABAP and open source. And on the other hand, here's some final sunset from South Africa. Please sign up for APM. I have a little mailing list. As I said, I wouldn't spam anything, so there wasn't anything new. I didn't send out any emails yet. But now that we're coming to the public release, I'll be more active also on the mailing list to keep you up to date with anything that's new. So go to this website. There's a link to the sign up box. If you want to know more, there's plenty of presentations that I've done either at earlier ABAP conferences, or I also did a podcast together with Michael Schneider from SAP on the SAP open source way. So have a listen to that. It's not too long. We'll tell a little bit of the backstory of ABAP Git as well. You see my contact information. Thanks very much. This was incredible. I loved it. I'll leave you here also in the back of the presentation with the link when I was in South Africa to link to Ikamba Youth, incredible organization that I worked with during my social sabbatical when I was in Cape Town. Please, if you're in South Africa, go have a look if you don't know them. Please check them out and support them. All right, so back to you, Promise, and thanks again for having me. And maybe have a little bit of couple minutes for some questions.
And my mic is gone. Yeah, I'm unmuted. Thank you so much, Marc. That was mind blowing. That is amazing. You know, whenever I look at any of your presentations, I always ask myself, what am I doing with my life? You know, and I really think that I need to jump into the open source world and try and be a contributor myself. You know, and I think one question that I have for you, I haven't seen any in the chat, is that how difficult is it really to, you know, figure out how the open source contribution space works, and how much of effort, you know, do I need to live a double life in order to be able to contribute into that?
It's a good question. And if you're having a full-time job, right, working with open source, it always starts as a hobby, right? You take a little bit, hopefully you get some time off during work to you know, do more innovative things like an innovative Friday or something where you can have a couple hours to try things, and you just jump in and try to have a look at the documentation and try to figure things out. I'm trying to do more presentations like this, and eventually we'll get to a point when it's not so much, you know, coding and advancing things with new features, but creating courses. I always wanted to create a full-fledged course for ABAP Git where you can take your things step by step and follow along more in an active learning approach rather than having, you know, developers go out and trying to figure it out themselves. But it's not that difficult. You just have to get started, go to the documentation, download it. It's really for ABAP Git. It's one large program that you cut and paste into your ABAP system, get a sandbox, and just start it up. The most tricky part is maybe the setup for the network connection. You need to have the right SSL certificates installed to connect to GitHub. But other than that, it's very straightforward to just get started, and APM will be exactly the same kind of learning curve. We just play around. There's little tutorials when you start ABAP Git or APM, and everything is empty. It gives you some links to the right resources to get you started. So just create a repository, right, in GitHub, sign up for a user, and just upload some files. And I mean, I'm now 5-6 years into this journey, right? Before when I was with SAP, I did not know about any of this. So it and it shows you can go from 0 to knowing a lot, right? In a year maybe, right? And then it becomes a habit on how this continuous cycle works, and all the things that you can see when you look at the repository, that when you look at the same kind of code in ABAP, you just don't have it, right? Just a small example, right? When you go to anything in GitHub, right? There's a search box. I can search every single open source project, all the code, all the comments, all the readmes in one box, right? And inside my project, inside my organization, right? That's how I find like the places where bugs are happening, right? For example, there was before I was a presentation where I said like, oh yeah, use the message statement, right, in ABAP instead of putting it into a string. I say, yeah, it's not a problem for me, right? Because I'll just take the string, put it into GitHub, and it will tell me exactly where the line of source is that caused the problem. Right? That's how
Okay, let interrupt here, Mike. We still have Meet the Speaker, but
Yeah.
I think you are still also part. And it's time for Thomas to talk
Sure.
about ADT. We are not here to steal too much time from him.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks, Toby. So you'll be in the Meet the Speaker session, right, Mark?
I'll join.
Because I will have a question for you about the licensing model.
Sure.
What about the commercial model, rather?
We'll
So
talk
now,
about that too.
yeah, Thomas, your turn. I think I'm not sure if you need an introduction, so go ahead.
Let's just go for it.
All right.
Yeah, you can take over the screen. Thanks, Thomas.
Hope that this works.
Yeah, we can see the handbook.
All right. So then we can start. Hello, everybody, and good afternoon from good old Breton, where I live, near Breton. A few kilometers. I think Søren is also here in the near. And yeah, my task is today to show you some tips and tricks when you're using the ABAP development tools for Eclipse. And yeah, that's what I want to do now for the next 40 minutes. The first tip that I already have before I go on to the demo is some kind of a guideline that we have written, or more or less the German-speaking user group have written that document. So it's a lengthy handbook about all the tips and tricks, how to use ABAP development tools in Eclipse. So it's also about installation, what are the best setup, how can you share this within your company, all these kind of things, but also what are the best topics in the editor, what are the good things in the debugger, all these kind of things are available there. So it's all part of that web page here, so you can download it. It's available in German, but also in the meantime translated to English. So that's the English version here, and then as I said, you find all the informations here. I'm not sure how many pages we have at the end. Yeah, more than 200 pages with all the tips and tricks. So hopefully most of the stuff will also be covered during the next 40 minutes in my session. Okay, having said that, I will now go over to Eclipse. That's it. So I tried to use a very minimalistic setup for the Eclipse this time, because I often hear from users, from developers, oh, Thomas, this Eclipse is so huge, a lot of views, a lot of things to learn, and it's completely, yeah, overwhelming at the beginning. So I really tried to also start here with a very minimalistic set. So it looks like maybe for the colleagues who are not working with Eclipse, maybe they're already familiar with what they know. So more or less on the left-hand side, it's just you see the Project Explorer, which is, I think, the most important tool, because that's more or less your cockpit to connect to all the development systems that you want to use. And on the right-hand side is the editor, right? So the editor page, let's say, where you do all your codings. So you see already on the left-hand side, it's not only that you have access to one system compared to the classic sub GUI-based developments. No, it's more like a mix of the sub log-on. So on the left-hand side, so all the systems that you have configured, you have access in the IDE. So that's one of the benefits here. You also see what's happening typically when working longer time with Eclipse. You have a lot of systems configured. So you know also this from sub-log-on, customer systems from the last partner project, internal systems, queue systems, all these kind of things. And this gets a little bit, cumbersome to use, because then what was the system that I want to use for that demo, for example? In order to get a better overview about this, you can use the so-called working sets. You find this here. And working set is just like more or less a collection of a few ABAP systems that you want to use in your work. So when I click on that, you see what's happening. Then you only get here a limited set of ABAP systems, so only a subset of all the configured systems, and then you're ready to go. That's more or less already the first very important thing to know to get really a better overview on your systems here. All right. Then I want to go on. Now I want to really go into the system. That's one S/4HANA system from the release 2023. I'm already logged on. And then you see, what you can do there. So it's more or less the overview of the repository in that system. So what packages are there? Maybe Marc can mute. Or someone can mute Marc. Thanks. All right. And also you see here local packages here. But it's not that you get this default view here. No, you can also create your own view. So for example, when you want to have a specific topic more or less focused here, then you can also create such an own repository tree here. That means also a subset of development objects. It's quite easy to create here. And then, for example, in that case, I want to, for example, display all the inactive objects. So for example, here I can choose here the filter, the property filter, and then I say, okay, display only the inactive objects, and I only want to see, I only want to see my inactive objects. Then you click finish, and then you get a new tree here. And this is for sure persisted. When you restart the IDE, then you will still see these here. There's also something very interesting here that you can see. Oh, okay, there's still one class that I did not activate in the past. So that's let's say for this very good point here. And then we go on. For sure, I want to start to do now some developments. And the first thing I want to use, and you see this already here in the rough overview page here, which is language specific. So I'm now in the ABAP development perspective. So you see typical shortcuts, not so much, because not so much shortcuts are available from this perspective now. But there are other things when you're programming Java or other languages, you get other hints here. So I want to start with that shortcut here. That's more or less already the most important one, because this is the shortcut to open an ABAP development object, and then you see what's happening. A class opens up in the editor page here. So that's more or less it. You see already some documentation available, standard ABAP class, not so much content in there, but you see there's already an interface implemented in that class, and I want to know, okay, what is this interface doing? Or for example, for the main method. And what I do now, what I typically do now is then I open the editor for the interface, read through the coding, figure out, okay, there is that and that method. Then I go back here to that class and work with it. In Eclipse, that's different. I just press F2 and then I get all the informations that I need on one page here. So what are the methods? What is the documentation? Also some examples here written in ABAP doc. And you may be already seen what I did here when I press a keyboard here, that you already see what keyboard I use. So this kind of visualization is quite useful when doing these kind of demos here, because then you can see what I'm doing on my keyboard. And yeah, that's already one very prominent shortcut here to use. It's not only that you see the documentation of that interface here. No, you can also navigate through that. So for example, when you need some more information about that method or about the parameter that method have, and you also see the documentation that of that. So you can also see that you can browse through the documentation similar to what you're doing with web browser here. So you don't have to navigate or open too many editors because it's everything available here in place. So you can just press escape and then you're back in the editor here. So what I want to do now is I want to do some small implementation here. So as usual in the programmer's demo, I'm doing a hello world. So I'm just type in here hello, and then I already get a code template here. And then you can already see what the thing is doing here now. So this is more or less like the Eclipse version of an ABAP report, let's say. So typically when you want to learn some new things in the ABAP, in the sub GUI world, you're writing a report, you're programming some ABAP, and then you have a write statement and you bring it to the sub GUI output. In Eclipse, that's a little bit different because we don't use sub GUI anymore. So we all want to do this within Eclipse. And therefore, we have a new shortcut here. When you're programming these classes here with this special interfaces, you do not press F8. No, you press F9. And then you see what's happening. A small console opens up, and then you see this here on the console. So that's just a very simplified example, but you can also imagine that you can do other things with that. So you can also program, give some results of your programs then to the console. And so that's quite convenient here. So you can also, for example, when you select data from a database table, and before you want to dump this out to an ALV grid, you can test this here in order to get, more or less better understanding what your coding is doing. And then you can also dump this data out to the ABAP console. That's more or less what this thing is doing here. And so you already see this is also a nice feature of Eclipse. So when I'm here in my editor, I don't see these things because they are all hidden here behind these behind this toolbar here. And whenever you use this pop-up comes up. For sure, you can also change this setup and make these views permanent, that you all see this within your ADT perspective, let's say. So this can also be configured like you want to have it. All right. That's it already for the first example. You maybe also seen that on the left-hand side, in the meantime, the view changed a little bit. So the package opens. So this is also very nice information or very nice feature. And this is behind that yellow sign here. So this means that whenever you open a new editor, automatically the Project Explorer opens exactly at that point where this class is located here in that sense. So when I'm opening, for example, an SAP objects, then you will see that the packages of the SAP objects will be opened here. That's also quite useful, let's say. All right. So what I want to do next is I want to show some other features from the area of the editor. So for example, here I don't want to use directly here a string here in the write statement. So I'm pressing one of my best friends in Eclipse. So this is so-called quick fix control-1. And then that's context sensitive. That means the IDE now analyzes what possible fixes are available here. And then you see, okay, let's create a local constant for that. Let's do that. And then you see what's happening. So automatically this constant is creating with the correct values, and also the usage here is replaced automatically. Maybe it was not the best idea to use this as a local constant. I directly want to convert this to a class constant. And maybe also the name is not the best one. So I'm also pressing Ctrl+1. So you see, whenever you think you need some help from the IDE, just press Ctrl+1. And then most likely you will get some help here. Okay, I want to rename this to welcome text. Right, that's it already. Good. And you also know I'm primarily using here keyboard shortcuts, so no need to use the mouse or some context menus or things like that. So that's the most convenient way to work with Eclipse. For sure, it's not so easy at the beginning to know all these shortcuts, but there's the master shortcut of all the shortcuts. So the mother of all shortcuts, let's say, this is Ctrl+Shift+L. There you see all the shortcuts that are available on that Eclipse installation. And you can also, for example, search for it when you want to say, okay, I want to do some debugging, or I want to delete a line, or I want to move a line, all these kind of things. So to get very quickly the answer that you need here. Also click this away. So this is also very important to have this in place. There are also some developers who write some of the major or the main shortcuts on their board, or have some kind of a script or just some kind of a cheat sheet right beside the keyboard. All these kind of things are let's say convenient for the beginners. All right, I want to now create a new method. So you already saw in the beginning that we have these source code templates. So I also have one here to implement the method. Let's call this get date. That's it already. In ABAP, you also know you have to define this method. Therefore, I also have a quick fix, quite easy here, and then the method is automatically created here. When you want to get an overview, what kind of templates are available overall, I also can give you a very important shortcut, which is Ctrl+3. This is also something that you then can easily find information that you need. For example, in that case, I want to see all the templates, code templates that are available for me, and then also a small pop-up comes up and all these things. So when you want to program a loop or want to define a local class, all this kind of stuff is available via a template here. Okay, let's go on. Let's define a variable here and give it a value. This one here, for sure, I don't want to do this here locally. I want to give this as a return parameter. So again, I'm pressing Ctrl+1, and then I see this option here. And then this automatically here defines the return parameter. Maybe you've also seen that I have created a private method. Maybe that's not the thing that I want to have. So I can also change the visibility here. And that's already it. So it gives the actual date and returns this of this method here. So you also see the source code looks not so nice after these quick fixes, because let's say the formatting is not that I want to use. So what you're using typically in the sub GUI world is the pretty printer. In Eclipse, we have a much better offering, which is the so-called ABAP cleaner, which is behind the shortcut Ctrl+4. And then you see what's happening. So it's at that point here rather similar what you may know from the pretty printer or from the formatter. But you can also, when you're pressing the Shift, then you also see that you get some kind of a configuration dialog here. And there you then directly see what is the power behind the ABAP cleaner, because when you click this configure button here, then you see all the available rules here, which are for sure based on the latest ABAP Clean Core guideline, so the clean ABAP guideline. So you see all around, rough about 100 things are already available, rules that you can configure on your own. So you can define, okay, what things should happen when I press the shortcut. And it's not only about formatting the upper and lower case and things like that. Now you can also apply rules like that automatically white spaces are removed, or that you automatically want to migrate from old legacy syntax towards new syntax. So that's really a really powerful tool, and you should really use that instead of the standard formatter in Eclipse, where you can just do some kind of upper lower case conversion here. So this is really one of the highlights, let's say, or the major tips that I can give you in this session here. All right, let's go back. And then you can also say, okay, let's also put this date here. And that's already it. Pressing F9 again. And then you also see that the date is printed out here. So very easy to use here, and especially to learn new things in the ABAP. It's perfectly so. It's not an end user interface or things like that, but that you're still using the new RAP programming model, for example. But just for learning purposes or to doing a few small things, that's really quite useful to do this completely here in Eclipse. All right, that's it already for that part. Now I want to go a little bit into the version management. So I did already some changes, and you know, the classical world, you have the more or less the very, let's say, old version management, where you can only create a version when you transport objects in Eclipse. You also have a so-called local history, and that means whenever you do some changes locally in your Eclipse installation, so changing something, doing other things and things like that, then in every save action, a local version is created, which is only available here on your PC, and you can trigger that here. And then you see a long history. So I practice a lot. And yeah, you can see then here what are the things that we now have done during the session here. So this was the class at the beginning, and then I added some things, and then we can also reset some stuff. So you can go back to that version or only take over a few things, and all these kind of things is available here. So typical things that you are doing with a version history in that sense. That's within the system. So when you're doing changes within the system, but sometimes you also want to know, okay, I did some changes last week, but I can't remember what is now the difference to my current production system or to the test system. So sometimes you also want to compare this more or less with another system. And this is also available here. So with the local history, revision history, is that what you know? So the histories which are created, or the versions which are created when you're doing a transport. But here now I can comparison with my queue system. That sense. So this was the other system that I have already configured. And then you also see, okay, what are the changes that I did compared to that, what I practiced the last days, let's say. So also quite convenient here, get all this information here. And this is also really like the split screen editor. So you can really edit in both places. So for example, when you think, oh, this was not so nice, then maybe you can also take over from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, or even the other way around, which is maybe not so useful when you're comparing to the quality system, but maybe when you're comparing this to a completely different code line, maybe you have a project code line and a patch code line, things like that, then this feature might be helpful for you. So both, you can move content from both sides to the other side. That's more or less the idea of that. Good. Okay, what else do we have? Sometimes you also, know that you have developed something, but you don't have the time now to make it perfect, let's say, and you want to make some kind of notes. Okay, that You know that maybe some at the end of the week you want to take care for this task, and for these kind of things we have a very let's say nice integration of tasks here. I have it here, so also only available for me, so not some Jira or whatever behind. So it's really a very simplified use case, let's say, but quite useful for me because I've marked here, okay, I want to review some coding that I did here, so in that class here, and then I can open this up and then directly navigating to that source code here. You also see, okay, the task description I still see here in my editor then here to want to use that here. Maybe you've also seen now that this strange stuff here. What is this about? So because we didn't saw this here, but I'm sure you've already figured out is that I also have some kind of a special marker here for my method declarations, that it's quite better to see where a method or where a method ends. So I have used this kind of format here, and this you can in general use. So when you're going to the preferences here, preferences is in Eclipse or what you can let's say configure in your IDE. Then you have the syntax ABAP keyword coloring page here, and there we already see what you can configure. And what I did now, I created a new formatting option here for me, and in that case I just marked 3 of some obsolete statements that I definitely want to use within my coding, and I have used this formatting for that one here. This is exactly what you're seeing in that class as well. So definitely here some ABAP statements that I don't want to use, and this is, by the way, also something where the ABAP cleaner takes care for it. So when I'm pressing Control 4, then I'm seeing that some colleague who is currently in Denmark at the Copenhagen conference is using the same class. That's really nice. No worry about that. So you can imagine that then automatically this statement is transformed to the modern ABAP language with the assign statement here, or with the assign operator. Really nice. Okay, coming back to that one, what else do we have? For sure, here in that class, you see there's a little bit more objects and declarations in there. So what you definitely need is some kind of an overview. Okay, what kind of methods, attributes, and things like that are available in that class. So on the one hand side, you can use the first line of the editor, the so-called breadcrumb, where you see then all the objects which are defined. So constructor is there, attributes, private attributes, also an interface implement, all these kind of things. But sometimes it's also better to use shortcut Control O. This provides you exactly the same information, but this you see it already here, because this I heard a lot of times from developers that it's not so easy to get information about methods or general members which are inherited from superclasses, and that's available here. So when you again press Control O, then you will also see the objects which are defined in superclasses. But that's also very good, and it's also only a temporary stuff. So when you're clicking Escape, then this pop-up also goes away. It's also quite useful because you can also filter here, maybe not so interesting for that small class, but you can imagine when you're using classes like the ALV grid, where you have, I don't know, hundreds of methods, then it's quite convenient here to get some kind of a filter capability here that you only see these methods that you want to use. All right. So that's also something that you maybe can use for code reviews, for example, that you say, okay, I want to review this, but not now, at the end of the week or at the end of the sprint or whatever. But sometimes you also want to provide this information to one of your developers. Maybe you want to say, oh, Søren, maybe you have some time. Maybe you can also have a look. Maybe this I don't know, I'm not sure if this BAPI is really the correct one, then in such situations, what I'm doing, I'm calling him or I write him an email and tell him, okay, there is a class in that system, and at that source code line, there is this call function, please have a look on it. But with Eclipse, that's a little bit more convenient because you just mark the source code that you want to review in that case. And then I click it here. And then I have this shortcut here, share link for selection, means selection that I did in the editor. And then I can create a link here. And there are two possibilities. One is a HTTP links. That's more when you maybe send this to someone who don't have access to Eclipse because it's not a developer, but he just wants to have a quick look on whatever source code, things like that. Then you can open this into a browser, or you can, in my case, I want to send it to my colleague who is also a developer, that I use this link here, and I can directly generate an email out of this. And then I can send this to the colleague, and then you will see what's happening. So you get these kind of email here. For sure, this is handwritten, but with this link here. And then when I make this maybe a little bit more, so I will close this class before I click here. And then you click on it. Yeah, the security stuff. And then you will see that the editor opens up exactly at this source code position that I had marked here in my link. So also something which is very useful when working in teams here. So what I did here, I'm selecting now some data from the typical business partner table here. Before I want to do that, sometimes I also want to have a look onto the data which is available here in my test system. So for that, I'm using here another shortcut where I just can. At the beginning, I want to open a development object, so I used a different dialog. Now I really want to see the content, not the structure of the database tables, because that's irrelevant for me. I want to see the content of it. Therefore, I press Alt F8, and then I see the content of that table. So similar things that you might familiar with from the SE16, but it's only a preview because it's not to maintain data or things like that. So it's only to get this kind of things. But maybe you want to, I don't know, pick some data here. You can also copy these things here, or you can also copy this, for example, as an ABAP value statement, which is quite convenient when you want to use this as test data in your unit test, for example. Then you can also use these kind of functionality here within this editor here. And there's for sure also the possibility to open not only the data preview here, so you can also start the SQL console from here. And then you also are free here to directly enter here arbitrary select statements with filter, grouping criteria, all these kind of things that you want to use within your developments. And then later on, you can also copy this from the SQL consoles towards your productive coding. So it's more like also like a playground that you can use here. And that's also quite convenient here. All right, coming back to that class, now I also want to introduce a new friend, which is not so, rather new in Eclipse. I also call this here via this one here. That's a so-called Relation Explorer. It's also a very powerful tool. So this gives you the full information about all the dependencies that the development objects have. So in both directions. So on the one hand side, you want to see, okay, what kind of relations I do have in that class. So I'm using here a lot of data elements. I have access to the database table. I'm using this function module. So this is a very good overview. And you can also use the other way around to say, okay, so the where used information when you want to know, okay, where is this objects used? And then you also see, okay, within this report here, for example, I'm using this class already. So it's also very nice information. So more or less, this is what you may know from where used or from the search capabilities in the sub-GUI world. That's also available here as a view. And in that case, I really picked this here as let's say more or less permanent view. So this is now, it's not going away when I click in the editor, but I can also use this kind of things when I only want to use this not so often. Then I can also hide this more or less. All right. At the beginning, I've shown you how you can open and development objects. We also have search capabilities in there. So this is a Control H dialog. So because the first dialog that I've shown at the beginning is really a quick one. So you can directly search for an object, open it in the editor, but this gives you more convenience functions here when you really want to open objects here. So for example, again, I want to search for, let's say, all the objects. Oh, let's pick it from my friend Ingo. Maybe I only want to have these kind of patterns. And what else do we have? So a lot of things are available here. Maybe a date or a software component. Let's display all these kind of things. You can also display, okay, I want to search all the objects. I'm not sure how many of these objects Ingo have created. Okay, 8 objects found. And the good thing is that now this view is also more or less like permanent. That means whenever you click on that here, then you still have these results. So this is different to the dialect to where you just open an object, because this is then this goes away, but this stays here. But you can also, for example, when you really analyze that, you can also enlarge this view here, and then you also see a lot of more informations behind there. You can also do some kind of a grouping here when you, for example, say I want to group this for packages here, or for, I think what is also possible about the change date. Maybe this is convenient, or when this was created, all these kind of things. So a lot of filtering, grouping capabilities is very useful when you want to get an overview about the whole repository of that system here, let's say. All right. Going back. Going away, I don't know. You've seen what I'm using in my, where do I have it? Here I'm still using direct access to database tables. This is for sure in the new ABAP Cloud world, not the coolest way, let's say, because you should really directly use the available CDS views instead of the database tables. So when I open, for example, here this database table, now I'm going to the editor. This is maybe also for display use cases not so convenient. So you also want to maybe use the element info, then you get more or less a similar view that you may expect here. So more like a table kind of view. Or you can also switch here to also get some kind of overview. This first, okay, about what includes are in there, or also about, for example, customer extensions when I have enhancement fields and things like that. So this is more convenient to use this in that way here. You can also collapse this here, and then I think you have a better overview about that. Having said that, I want to quickly go into the properties view of that, because there you also see some very nice information. Because what I already mentioned is you should not use these database tables anymore in your coding. So you have to use the CDS views instead. And this is what you get here on that side now here. Here you see, okay, what are the successors here? So whenever you want to select data from the business partner table in the modern ABAP Cloud world, you should use this CDS view instead, which is basically more or less a view on top of that tables, but it includes much more information, like associations to, here you see it all. It's really a data model, let's say. So it's not just a bunch of database tables where you have to find out on your own, okay, what are the dependencies between these data stuff here. So it's really like a data model that you can use here. That is really one of the tips to really learn about using the CDS views instead of using the pure database tables. At the end, I want to more or less conclude with one of my favorite tools for sure. Coming back to that class here. I hope that Felix in Copenhagen have not did some incompatible changes here. So what I want to do now is to show you at the end what you should use in order of doing some kind of static code analysis. So, you know, maybe code inspector, extended syntax check, or all these kind of things. In Eclipse, you only use the ABAP test cockpit, which is available here. So in that case, I really want to look if this class that I have developed here, if this class can really be also used in ABAP Cloud development. So this ABAP Cloud readiness check variant I want to use here, and I execute this. And then this takes a few seconds. And then you also see you get all the information, what you have to change when you really want to use this class here with the ABAP Cloud programming model. For sure, then things like just calling this BAPI is not possible, and all these obsolete statements will get syntax errors, or also this select here that are directly doing on the database table, which is not available for the ABAP Cloud programming model. This will also result in an ATC errors. But you also get here some kind of quick fix possibilities that is makes it more simpler here. Just looking if this is working here. I will not do it because maybe then my colleague gets nervous in Denmark. But you can see here what is possible here. That's not all these kind of things needs to be changed manually. So you can also click on that, and especially these simple cases where you just have to use the new ABAP syntax. This can all be automated. So no panic here when you want to migrate towards the ABAP Cloud model. So not all these things needs to be adjusted manually. So you can also use the ABAP test cockpit here to do these kind of things in a kind of automated way. All right. Having said that, this was it already for me. I hope I was right in time. And then giving back to Tobias.
Oh, back to me. Oh, what an honor. Thank you very much. I'm also excited to see what is going then also to be presented at ABAPConf next month about ATC. Only have to check a little bit on the chat, but there was one question from Kate Levitt to see a not redefined method in Eclipse, like in the sub GUI.
But this is what I mentioned in this control O dialog. There you also see the redefined methods.
And in that case, still, if no one else has a question, now is your time to ask the questions. If not, we would then simply go on to the next presenter, because it's time zones and changes. Yep, if we are 2 minutes over time, so it would be then Thabiso Ramarou with introduction to ABAP Cloud and working towards a clean core. And we will see you again, Thomas, at the mid speakers in what is it, in 45 minutes.
All right, see you there.
Yep, see you later. But I guess,
Great.
Thomas, this is your contact, so you maybe want to introduce him.
Yeah, I think because of time, I'll let him just go ahead. You know, we didn't even get a break, a bathroom break or something. So I think I'll just hand over to him. He can introduce himself quickly.
Great, thanks, Promised. Do we want to take a bathroom break, or must I just go ahead?
Yeah, just go ahead. I think we're almost done.
Almost done. Sounds good. Yeah, thank you very much. Hopefully I'm audible and you can hear me clearly. Got a bit of flu, so just give me a shout if you can hear me nicely. All right, so my name is Thabiso Ramarou. I'm an ABAP developer. I've been in the space for quite some time now. I think it's 13 years now that I've been doing this. I'm spending most of my time now on the cloud side of things, doing a bit of Cloud Foundry, a bit of BTP Kima and stuff like that. But my heart is always with ABAP, and I always find the opportunity to spend some time and do exciting stuff in the ABAP space. So hopefully for today, the content that I'm going to share with you will be useful for you. So we're going to take a step back, basically, and just talk about ABAP Cloud, why we have ABAP Cloud, and the clean core concept and how it came to be and all of that. So I'm going to share my screen and take you through a couple of slides, and then we can take it from there. Okay, let me share. Okay. Let me know when you can see my screen. Okay, let me share my slide. Great. Okay, so like I mentioned, we're going to talk about introduction to ABAP and working towards a clean core. And I think we're going to look at the basic principles because these terms get thrown around a lot, right? We hear about this quite often, and I don't think that we actually take the time to understand what we're talking about and what it actually means and practical terms. As a developer, as an ABAP developer coming from the classic ABAP world, what does all of this mean for me and how do I get started, right? So that's what we're going to discuss today. So I'm not going to spend too much time on the agenda. It's going to be a very interactive session, so it's going to be more of a conversation. But basically, I'm hoping to cover introduction to clean core concepts and ABAP Cloud, and then we're going to talk about the general architecture and design principles, the key features, and then best practice, and then how do you actually get started, right? How do you apply this into your day-to-day development? And especially if you don't have access to S4 system that already has ABAP Cloud on it, how do you get started and how do you make the most of the resources that you have available to you? Okay. Okay, so I'm not going to go through the objectives, but basically those are the objectives and we will revisit them right at the end. Okay. So I think the first thing that we want to chat about is this clean core, right? Like we hear a lot about clean core and sometimes it doesn't really click. It doesn't really make sense. What are we talking about when we talk about clean core? And hopefully in the next few minutes, we'll just get an understanding of what exactly is clean core. And I think we need to break it down first. Before we talk about clean core, what is this core that we keep on referring to? And SAP has a very nice description, basically explaining what the core is, right? And I've just taken an extract of some of the definitions that they have. And what was surprising to me first when I saw this was that in my head, I've always thought of the core as your system, right? Like your S4 system or your SuccessFactors system, but the core is more than just that, right? It's more than just the software that you make use of, but it's everything else that basically makes that software available to you. So it's the software stack itself. So that talks about your ERP system or your S4 system or whatever system that you are on, the database that supports that system, but it's also the extensibility or the functionality that you've added to that software stack. So the functionality that you've added to that standard software, that forms part of your core as well. And then it's the integrations that you have or that you've built to interact with your software. And then it's the processes as well. So not just the technology, but the processes that you use in your organization. So that talks to the core as well. And then it's the data that you have stored. So your configuration data, your master data, and your transactional data, all of that basically forms part of your core as well. And then it's the operations, how you govern your system, the governance and maintenance activities that you carry out, how you do your stuff, when do you do your upgrades and all of that, how you basically operate the solution. So those components basically make up your core. And when we talk about clean core, we essentially talking about not just the software component of this, but the entire core, meaning that the processes, the data, and the operations as well. All of that needs to be taken into consideration. So even though we're not going to spend too much time on the other stuff, I just thought that it will be useful for us to get a good understanding of what all of this means. And it's always good to understand what all of the components that are involved in this thing, so that when you do your planning as well, because I know that a lot of organizations are migrating to S4, to private and public cloud and all of that, and it's always good to get a proper understanding of what's expected of you as a developer. And especially if you're playing a role that's leading some of these conversations, it's good to have a basic understanding of all of these things. Okay. So that's basically what the core is, right? So now we're going to talk about clean. So what does clean actually mean? So now we understand what the core is. Now let's talk about what is clean. What does it actually mean to keep your core clean or keeping the core clean? So these are some of the things that make part of the clean core, keeping your core clean. It's keeping your system up to date. So your system is up to date, can easily adopt the latest SAP updates or patches. There's no hectic upgrade projects that you need to carry out whenever you need to put in updates. Your system is transparent, right? So it's transparent in the sense that you have a good understanding of all the customizations and configurations that you have in place on your solution. So as the owner of the system, you know exactly where there's customizations, where there's enhancements, and you've got a roadmap or a plan that you've put in place for migrating those and making those clean. So it's transparent, you know where you are. It's unmodified, so you don't have modifications to SAP standard. You keep into SAP best practice, and you don't go around modifying SAP objects. And then it's consistent, so consistent in the sense that the processes and how you use your system is basically consistent throughout the landscape. So you don't do things differently in one module and then, do things differently in another. So you basically apply the same principles, use the system in the same way. That way you can sort of get a template going out when you do your migration and you start moving to cloud and you have to rewrite some of your logic. You've got a nice template that you can make use of, and you can reuse that throughout your landscape. And then obviously we talk about efficiency, and efficiency talks about optimized for performance without excessive overhead, and basically your customizations, how you've implemented them and how you make use of them, and also your processes, not just the tech side of things, but also your processes as well. How you make use of the system plays a huge role. And then the last part is cloud compliant. So this is fairly, it's no longer new, but for people who are still on this path of migrating, it's fairly new. And that's why we're going to talk about things like ABAP Cloud and all of that. But basically, being cloud compliant means that you adhere to principles that SAP puts out for cloud solutions. And you think about things like scalability and security, and you try and standardize the APIs that you use, for example. And we'll cover all of that at a later chapter, but basically cloud compliance is you thinking ahead now, not just in terms of what you have on your on-prem system, but the future and how you would carry this out when you get to that stage. Okay. Okay, so I've taken a screenshot of this because this actually gives you a nice summary now of combining what we've learned in terms of what is the core and then what is a clean core now. So now if you look at the elements that we have on the left, so those are the things that basically make up your core. It's your software stack, extensibility, integrations, data, processes, and operations. And on the right, you then have the criteria for what defines your system as clean for each of these components. So I'm not going to go through this, but I thought this is very useful in sharing because these are the type of things that you need to start thinking about now. Even if you're not going cloud as yet, it will probably happen in the near future. And you need to start thinking about how you actually improve how you do things currently so that when the day comes for you to migrate, it's not a headache. So the idea is that you start prepping for your system and making it clean. And then when the time comes, you'll be able to then migrate your system accordingly without too many hassles. Okay, so like I mentioned, the slide just gives you a nice overview of what it means to be clean, basically, for each of those components that are on the left. Okay. Okay, so these are some of the guiding principles that you can make use of for maintaining a clean core system. And there are things that you must avoid. There are things that you must be aware of. And then there's the concept of being cloud ready. And then there's the concept of decoupling as well. And we're going to spend a bit of time talking about the decoupling bit just now, but let's start with the other stuff. So in terms of things that you must avoid, these are now the obvious stuff, right? Avoid extensions where it's not necessary. So if it's not necessary for you to do an extension or to change stuff, don't do it. Make use of substandard. Explore what SAP provides and try and use substandard as much as possible. Even if you're writing custom code, you don't have to reinvent the wheel and rewrite things that SAP already provides. Rather find a library or a class or a function module or something that already does what you are trying to do and make use of it. Right? That's gonna save you a lot of headaches in future. And it makes you productive as well, right? Because you don't have as much code coverage that you need to test and account for because you're making use of standard components that are available already in the system. Okay. And then be aware. So know what's your technical debt. Know what's happening in your system. And like I mentioned in the previous slide, know where you've got enhancements, know where you've got modifications, and put a plan in place to say, how do I get this to a more cleaner state? How do I get this from being not so clean to being super clean? And how do I get rid of all these modifications and stuff? So don't leave that until the very end and avoid introducing a new technical debt. Rather, put a plan in place for getting it resolved and clearing your technical debt. And clearing technical debt is not an easy thing to achieve because in most cases, it's not a priority for business. And us as developers, we sort of have to push the agenda and make sure that technical debt is taken into consideration. And it's something that, we make time for it and we actually get to do it. So it's important, get your technical debt in order, try and clear it as much as possible. And then the next thing is being cloud ready. So we're going to talk about things like rep and how you can start already thinking about how you do your builds, basically. For anything new that you're introducing in the system, start thinking about the cloud and being cloud ready and do things in such a way that when it's time for you to actually migrate, it won't be as much of a headache. Okay, and then the last bit is decoupling. So decoupling talks about leveraging BTP for innovation. And this is a very good thing to start exploring, especially if you are in an environment that's not cloud ready, or if you're on ERP or ECC and you want to start playing around with ABAP Cloud and making use of the innovative stuff that's happening on BTP, because there's quite a lot happening on BTP. And if you want to be in a position to start introducing those innovations into your environment, but your system is not ready yet, then BTP is a nice way to start experimenting, and not just experimenting, but actually decoupling and building stuff on BTP using ABAP Cloud without having to move your entire system if it's not possible currently. Okay, and we'll spend a bit of time talking about that at a later stage. So let's move on to the next slide. Okay, so extensibility, that's a very big thing, right? And I mean, extensibility is very important for all organizations. It's what we do all the time. We have to sort of give business the competitive edge, and it always boils down to extensibility and building something on top of the functionality that SAP provides. And this next image basically gives you a nice illustration of why we tend to have these extensions, because if you look at, let me just move my mouse here. Hopefully you can see my cursor. So on the left-hand side, this is the scope that SAP delivers. And this is your standard functionality that comes out of the box. So if you are on an HR system, this would be your modules that are provided, or if in a finance system, it's the same thing, right? It's the standard functionality that SAP provides out of the box. And on the left-hand side, it's the required scope. So this is what your business needs. These are the stuff that your business feel that they need to be able to function. And then in the middle is the sweet spot. So this is the covered scope. This is the stuff that SAP provides, and it's the stuff that your business needs. So this is the optimal space where you don't have to do anything besides activating standard functionality, doing some config to get it going. But otherwise, that's about it, right? But most of the time, you find that there's a differentiating scope that is unique to your business. And that's what gives your business the competitive edge. It's stuff that they do that makes them successful. And all businesses have this, right? Otherwise, businesses would be doing the exact same thing all over. So the differentiating scope is where the extensibility comes into play, and it's why we've got jobs. It's because we need to be able to provide that unique source to business. We need to be able to provide that differentiating scope, and how we do it is very important, right? So it's not like in the old classic ABAP world where you literally just went into the system and started coding, right? You need to start thinking a bit differently now that we are in this cloud era. Okay. So that's the differentiating scope. And then let's talk about classic extensibility. So this is where most of us started. This is what we know, and this is how we used to do things, right? We used to go into SE80, SE38, and start creating reports, start creating function modules and things like that, and extensions and all of that. So that is changing, right? So there's a lot of disadvantages in terms of how we used to do things in the classic ABAP world. And we'll talk about the disadvantages shortly, but there's quite a lot that's changing in that space. And for us, the people who grew up with this and who've been using this for a while, it's a bit of a mind shift that needs to happen to migrate, to start using the new stuff, and not only to start using the new tech, but to actually start thinking differently in terms of how we do things, So these are the bad parts, right? So these are the things that we tend to suffer from. So upgrades are always a project. That's always a thing, right? There's always an upgrade project that needs to be implemented, and it's not easy to upgrade systems because a lot of stuff has been changed. There's modifications, there's bodies, there's things that need to be taken into consideration, and adapting new stuff is not as easy. But a typical example of things that I remember that used to happen quite often is when the Fiori stuff came out for SAP HR a while back. There was a lot of interesting things that we wanted to implement on the Fiori side, but we simply couldn't implement them at that time because the system was not in the correct support pack level, and implementing that support pack level was a project on its own. So that ends up delaying the business from getting functionality that they need because there's a complex upgrade project, and that happens quite often, right? So those are the not so nice stuff that classic extensibility puts us in. So those are the stuff that we want to avoid now going forward and going into cloud as well. So there's always high maintenance as well. There's a lot of technical debt, and then there's performance impact as well, because if things are not done properly and you're changing stuff in substandard or implementing bodies incorrectly, that always has impact on the performance of the system, not just your custom code, but substandard code as well. And then obviously it's 100% not compatible with cloud environments, because in cloud, especially in public cloud, some of these things are just not possible. It's not a case of they are not recommended. They are just not possible because public cloud does not allow that. So those are the bad parts. Those are the things that we sort of need to move away from us, the classic developers. And I'm saying us because I still think of myself as a classic developer as well. And these are the things that we need to learn and start shifting our minds and moving away from creating Dimpo screens with Screen Painter and all of that, to move to Fiori and CDSs and things like that. So let's move on to the next slide. So this now talks about the transition to clean extensions, or transitioning to clean ABAP, basically. So very important stuff that we need to start thinking about. So we need to adapt a policy of zero modifications, meaning that you don't just do modifications, we eliminate enhancements and redundant stuff that you do in the system. You use released APIs, and we're going to talk about released APIs and what that means shortly. And then you leverage things like key user in-app extensibility if you are on S/4HANA Cloud. And then obviously, if you've got the capability, you can then also use a business technology platform to build extensions or side-by-side extensions, basically, on BTP, and then use CPI for your integration. So some of these things won't really be possible if you're still on ERP and you're not on cloud, but you can start introducing these. Like, for example, like I mentioned, the whole side-by-side extension where you get the Steampunk instance on BTP. You can actually start doing your ABAP Cloud stuff from there. And going that route doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to discard whatever you build there, because that can also be used with your S/4HANA system once you do your migration and you move to either private or public cloud with that. Okay, so like I mentioned, some things are just not possible. Like, for example, if you're on public cloud, there's no modifications. You can't change substandard code because it's public cloud and you get upgrades quite regularly. You don't have upgrade projects like you currently have. And then if you're still on private cloud or on-premise with your S/4HANA system, then you must only use stable public APIs that SAP has released, and then avoid making modifications, and then use extension points where possible, but try and avoid unnecessary changes in your system. Okay. Okay, so this covers the extensibility model from an S/4HANA point of view. There's basically two personas. It's the key user and it's the developer. So the key user, it's almost like configuration. It's in-app extensibility that you do where you can adapt things like screen layouts, add custom fields, add custom business logic, minimal custom business logic, and then you can also add a bit of validation and stuff like that. But the bulk of us, we play the role of the developer when it comes to the two personas for extensibility. So this talks to in-app extensibility. So these are extensions that you do within your S4 system, basically. And then next to that, you then have the ABAP side of things, which is your on-stack extensibility within your S4 system as well. So this is basically when you have your Steampunk instance that's running within your S4 HANA system, and then you can actually have access to proper ABAP development there, but obviously using ABAP Cloud. And I've put a smiley face there just to highlight that this is when we're going to start talking about ABAP Cloud. And that's when concepts like rep comes into the picture. And then you actually get to do proper ABAP development then. And then the alternative is then your side-by-side extensibility or side-by-side extensions. And side-by-side extensions are very powerful. It's a very cool concept that actually helps you build very interesting solutions. And this is actually applicable not just from an ABAP point of view, but you can actually use other languages as well. Like, for example, in Cloud Foundry environment, you can use Java, you can use Node.js using CAP, which is a model that SAP came out with for building applications in Cloud Foundry and also in Kima as well. So Kima is also another runtime that SAP has on BTP, and it's more like Kubernetes. If you're familiar with things like Kubernetes and running Docker images and things like that, it's more like that, and that gives you a bit more flexibility than Cloud Foundry, and you can also build your extensions there. And then obviously there's the SAP BTP ABAP environment, and another interesting thing is, most of the time when people talk about ABAP Cloud, people actually think that you're referring to the SAP BTP ABAP environment or Steampunk, which is another name for that environment. But actually, ABAP Cloud is something else, and we're going to talk about what ABAP Cloud actually means. So ABAP, BTP ABAP environment is basically a runtime. It's an ABAP runtime environment that SAP provides. And it actually allows for you to then build your custom solutions in a decoupled manner. So meaning that it's not on stack, it's not inside your SAP solution, it's sitting outside. You can then make use of that. And it's actually cool because if, say, for example, you've got a bunch of SAP solutions that you want to be able to build extensions for, instead of trying to do it on stack, you can also use the BTP ABAP environment for doing that and connect to all of these systems if you want. And then what else did I want to say? And then obviously that's when concepts like ABAP Cloud are going to come into play, because that's all you can use in that environment. Okay. And then in terms of the SAP solutions that you can extend, it's not just the S4HANA. If you've got, for example, a SuccessFactors environment or a ECP or Employee Central Payroll environment, you can also create extensions for that as well. Okay. And obviously you then pick a language of choice. So for us, ABAPers will be the ABAP SAP BTP environment. And if you are more comfortable with Java and Node.js, then it can either be Cloud Foundry or Kima. So Cloud Foundry would be a bit easier to set up. And if you've got a very unique requirements, then Kima environment will then give you the flexibility and a bit more control in terms of how your stuff is implemented. Okay, and then another thing worth mentioning, so you'll see that the secure connection here, or secure connectivity, and that secure connectivity is facilitated by remote APIs that SAP publishes. So for all of the SAP solutions that are basically cloud solutions, SAP actually provides an API hub. So they publish an API hub, and let me just see if I have this open somewhere. Yeah, so this is the API hub. And basically on the API hub, you've got access to literally all sorts of products and APIs that SAP has published on here. And these APIs are stable. They won't change. And basically when you implement a solution using these APIs, you can rest assured that you won't be impacted by things like upgrades and stuff like that. If things do ever change, it will be communicated well in advance, and then you can migrate accordingly. So for example, you go into SuccessFactors and you go into APIs. Okay, my session is expired. See if I can just close this for now. So you basically get access to all sorts of things that has been published by SAP. So for example, there's OData APIs, and then you can get access to this. For example, if you want to look at employment information or employee profile or things like that, you get access to that. And then that's the API reference. You can see what data is available. You can actually try this out as well and test it from here. So this is a really cool thing if you've got cloud solutions and you want to see how you can create your extensions, whether in ABAP or in other languages, but mainly in ABAP. And then here you've got the option for API consumption. And what this does is it basically gives you a nice step-by-step instruction of how to consume this API within your solution. So, for example, for if you were on BTP ABAP, then you can then generate a proxy using this, and it will basically give you nice step-by-step instructions of how to achieve this. So you'll be able to consume the API. And then let's get back to the slide. Okay. Okay, so that's extensibility, and then side-by-side extensibility. So this is actually really nice because, like I mentioned, if you are, for example, on ERP and you've got a BTP environment and you want to start using your BTP environment for creating extensions, you can actually achieve the same even if you've got an on-prem system. You can create, you can use Cloud Connector for creating your destinations, and then you can consume services in the ABAP environment from your on-prem system as well. So it's nice if you want to innovate and make use of what's available on BTP, but your system is not on BTP as yet or on cloud. Okay, so that is extensibility and side-by-side extensibility. Now let's talk about the interesting stuff. So this is now the core stuff that we wanted to chat about. So ABAP Cloud. So we've spoken about ABAP BTP runtime, and we are now talking about ABAP Cloud. So what is actually ABAP Cloud? So ABAP Cloud is actually more of a development model for building cloud-ready business applications and services and extensions. So it's a way of building stuff, right? It's a model for developing software, and you'll see the components that makes up ABAP Cloud. But it's a new way of building solutions using ABAP. So instead of using classic ABAP development, ABAP Cloud is a new way of building solutions, and it sort of guides you to build solutions that are cloud ready. Because when you're using ABAP Cloud, you're sort of forced to build stuff that's cloud ready. You can no longer make modifications. You can no longer read tables directly. You have to use CDSs and stuff like that. So it's a new way of doing things, and it's a bit of a mind shift, to be honest. I found that a bit complex or awkward at the beginning, but you get used to it, and you actually end up enjoying it. And when you have to do stuff in classic ABAP, it looks a bit weird. So very interesting. And we're going to talk about firstly where you can use ABAP Cloud. So currently ABAP Cloud is available in S4HANA, specific version of S4HANA. So your release needs to be, let me just see. So your on-prem system, it should be available and it's also available on private cloud as well. And then it's also available on public cloud. In fact, public cloud by default, that's all that is available to you. And then obviously it's available on BTP as well. Okay. So you can still do classic ABAP development on your on-premise for HANA system, and you can also do it on your private cloud edition, but you can no longer do it, or you can do it on public cloud, and you also can do it on BTP. So you have to use ABAP Cloud for building your solutions in those environments. So ideally, even if you are on these systems, you want to start making use of ABAP Cloud, because that's basically best practice, and it's recommended because it's better. It's gonna help keep your system clean and without any issues. So ideally, you want to move and start using ABAP Cloud, because it's cross environment and it works quite well. So that's where you can use ABAP Cloud, and you'll see that your ECC and your ERP systems are not here. If you want to start using ABAP Cloud, but you don't have these systems, that's when that side-by-side extensibility, where you make use of BTP ABAP environment, comes into play, and then you can connect that with your on-prem system using Cloud Connector, and then you can consume stuff from there and then create extensions in your BTP environment. Okay. And then this just covers the evolution of ABAP Cloud, where we started from an ABAP point of view. So prior to 2012, it was business as usual on the classic ABAP side, where we were just creating ABAP objects and we were using SE80 and SE24 to do stuff. And then 2012 ADT came into the picture, and we just saw a nice presentation from Thomas around the ADT. So if you're still using SE80 for doing your dev work, there's no need, because you can use ADT even with your ERP system. So ADT came into the picture, and then 2015 S4HANA came into the picture as well, and we started seeing a lot of migration from your classic Dimpo screens to SAP Fiori, and that's all we are seeing now. So if you're still building stuff using classic Dimpo, you need to start asking yourself questions, right? And then 2018, BTP ABAP environment came to the picture. So that's your steampunk environment, and that's basically ABAP on cloud, not ABAP Cloud, but ABAP environment on cloud. And you can use that for doing your side-by-side extensions, where you can create solutions outside of your stack, and you just use secure connectivity for consuming stuff on stack. And then 2022, that's when the embedded ABAP environment came into the picture. So that's basically your embedded Steampunk on S/4HANA, basically, that came into the picture as well. And then that's the evolution of ABAP Cloud. Okay, so back to the model itself. So ABAP Cloud, like I mentioned, it's a model for building solutions, right? And the model is made up of a few components. So we're going to start about the programming model itself. So the programming model itself, as you can see, it consists of a couple of things. So the model is everything that you know. It's the ABAP language itself. It's things like CDSs or core data services. It's RESTful ABAP programming. So it's everything that's coding related that forms part of that programming model. And then obviously with that programming model, you can build certain types of applications. You can build your transactional applications. You can build your analytical applications. And then you can build integrations as well, right? And if you come from the Fiori world, these will seem very familiar. And then some of the components that are contained as well, you've got your reuse services and libraries. So things are different now. Example, you get stuff like application jobs. So it's no longer scheduling jobs the way you used to in the classic ABAP world. Now you get reuse services and libraries that you make use of for building your solutions and then scheduling your jobs and things like that. And then there's built-in qualities as well that help guide you to basically build good quality ABAP and also cloud compliant ABAP as well. So that forms part of the ABAP Cloud model as well. And then this model is complemented by a couple of things. So it's the lifecycle management, which is the regular ABAP design time and runtime environment around how objects are managed and transports and versioning and things like that. That forms part of your ABAP Cloud environment. And then there's tool sets that are provided basically for supporting you when you do your development. So these two sets are similar to what we saw with the different personas when we looked at the developer and the key user, for example. So there's a tool set for key users to enable them to be able to create extensions, and then for developers as well. So ADT, for example, is one of those tools that are used. Okay. So this basically is the module higher level. So this basically talks about what actually constitutes ABAP Cloud as a model. So like I mentioned, ABAP Cloud is not your BTP ABAP runtime environment. It's actually a model for building your ABAP extensions and logic going forward. And these are the components that make up the solution. Okay, so now you've seen all of these things. You, for example, don't have an S/4HANA system as yet, or even if you do, ABAP Cloud is not enabled as yet. You want to now jump into ABAP Cloud, and you want to start building stuff and experimenting as a developer. And where do you start, right? So like I mentioned, SAP provides a BTP runtime environment for ABAP, and it's actually available on trial as well. So I'll quickly just jump into that and just show you what that looks like. So this is my trial environment. Let me just refresh. Hopefully my session is not completely gone. Otherwise, I'll have to log in. Yeah, it's not gone yet. Okay, so you can go to this link. It's on the slide as well. So you can go to this link and you'll be able to create your trial environment. So your trial environment will give access to a lot of the BTP stuff that's available out there. So it's not just the ABAP Cloud environment. So when you go in there, you go to a trial account. And this is my trial account that I've created just now for doing this demo. And then on there, if you want to enable your BTP ABAP environment, you go to your boosters. And then there's a little booster here that will get you started. So basically, this would be the steps that you'd have to perform to get an instance of ABAP Cloud, ABAP BTP runtime environment. So you'll come in here, you'll enable this. Once you've enabled this, it will allow for you. I'm just going to jump forward just for a sec to show you something. and then I'll come back. So it will basically, just switch to my slide so that you see what I see. So like I mentioned, you'll start here and then you will go into the booster. You'll navigate to the left here, go to booster like I showed you. And then you'll start the process. It will basically take a while. It will set up the environment. It will get it sorted for you. And then it will give you the option to download the service key. So the service key that you're going to download here is what you're going to use when you go into your Eclipse ADT. And that's how you're going to connect to your cloud environment, basically. So you'll click on download service key, and then once you are in Eclipse, you'll go ahead and say create an ABAP Cloud project, and then it will give you this little pop-up. And then from here, you'll then select SAP BTP ABAP environment, and then it will give you this. So this you'll then import, you'll navigate to the JSON file that you would have downloaded on the previous screen. Click on import, and then that will get your system up and running. So for example, I've got a connection to an environment already. So you'll see that this is my trial environment that I'm connected to. I've already done the steps that I mentioned earlier. And then from here, you'll be able to then start learning ABAP Cloud, and you can start creating your RAP solutions and things like that. And it's quite nice because if you don't have access to a system that allows for you to do all of this, this would be the best place to start. Okay. So let me just go back to the slide. I skipped a couple of things. So I'm not going to spend too much time on the ADT side of things because I think that has been covered quite a bit, but I just wanted to mention, if you don't know where to start, so the first place that you're going to start, you're going to download Eclipse. If you haven't been using Eclipse as yet, you're going to download Eclipse, and then you're going to visit this link here. So this link will basically have instructions on how to set up your Eclipse for ABAP development. So that's the link right here. On here, you'll then see Eclipse software site, and then there'll be a bunch of info for where to start and how to get this set up. So you basically just copy this link, and then within your Eclipse environment, you'll go to help and say install new software, and then you paste that, and then you'll follow the wizard basically for doing the install. So once that is done, then you'll get access to all of the things that I was showing you now on Eclipse. So you'll then get access to this ABAP view, and then you'll be able to do your ABAP development from here. Okay, and then there's a couple of things that I'm not gonna cover today, but they are very important. Let me just go back to the slide, especially when you are getting started. So let's skip this, skip that, skip that, skip that. And the starting point obviously is your ABAP RESTful application programming model, which is very important. So this is the best way to build your solutions going forward. And this will be your starting point basically as a developer if you're getting into ABAP Cloud. And not only if you're getting into ABAP Cloud, actually, even if you're still doing your dev on your on-premise S/4HANA system, for example, this should be the way to go for building your applications going forward. And this basically is a programming model as well. So these are some of the stuff that make up that model basically. So RAP is defined as a set of concepts, tools, and languages, and a powerful framework to help developers to build innovative cloud-ready SAP applications, local and web APIs, and to easily extend SAP applications on the ABAP platform in the cloud as well as on-premise. So the nice thing about RAP is that you'll see that right at the bottom here, RAP is standard. It's consistent whether you are on cloud or you are on-prem. So getting started with it is a no-brainer because it means that whatever you build using RAP going forward will be easily, sorry, my cursor is not showing. So I was pointing to this part. So getting started with RAP and prioritizing building your solutions using RAP is a no-brainer. It makes sense because it means that whatever you build is cloud ready, and should you want to migrate at a later stage, it'll be nice and easy for you to do that. And then it's usable as well. So it's a universal usable programming model, whether you are completely implementing a new solution or you migrating from an existing system to S/4HANA Cloud, then that makes sense. And then obviously, if you're still using classic Dimpo, like I mentioned, you need to change, right? You need to change your approach, and Fiori is the way to go, and that's what is used in, okay. And then these are just some of the resources that you can use for getting into RAP. There's a lot that's covered when you look at these links, and hopefully this will be useful. And that is basically it. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Thabiso. You are running in the negative.
In terms of time.
Yeah, you owe us some time back.
Apologies.
But I guess it's okay. Thank you very much. I think we can actually jump into the speaker session. I think this would be easier. We have about, I think, 10 minutes left if we really want to respect time. And then, so we can do meet the speakers, and then probably we can jump to wrapping up. What do you think, Toby?
Yeah, no, perfect. And I will already start with my one question to Mike, if he's still here. Yeah, I see he's turning on. Yeah. About my question about the commercial model about APM, because this looks really interesting. The price, it was €8 or $8 per month per user, something. So it's actually pretty accessible, depending where you are living from. But what I always wonder about this commercial model is ABAP is used by companies in the end, or by employees. It's not like Node.js that you can simply install and play around with it. Normally, the business context is that a company that is paying you money says do something.
Yep.
Now someone is a freelancer, employee, I don't know. It's a customer of yours. He is using such an APM module, and then he leaves. What now? How can I update this stuff? Is it or more better intended for the company to also license it, or is it a company license and everybody in my company can use it, or is it individual? Or
well, I'm the registry itself, right, is in this case just the middleman. Right, you're not having that's if you use a package that's in the registry, just like you use whatever you install Express from NPM, right, as your JavaScript server. What NPM has nothing to do with after you got the package, right? The license is between the package owner and the developer who downloaded it, or the company who downloaded it. So what NPM, or in the future APM, is doing is just the middleman to allow you to publish different versions and download others. So it's just the service is is what you pay for, right? The permanent storage of your packages as a developer who publishes it, and the ability to download whatever you want out of the registry for somebody who is consuming it.
Yeah, but the download, I have to be a registered user. So I can be on a project, I can download it, I leave the project, and I cannot update from then on the library. So the next one needs to also be
somebody at that company who basically, yes.
Okay, okay, but you're also offering later on not just for individuals, but also the option for companies to provide this kind of license or
exactly
company license.
The model behind it is very, very similar to what NPM does. So there's going to be organizations and maybe in the future even teams, right, with users. The only difference to NPM is that the free part, the free plan from NPM doesn't exist. So when you sign up, you will get basically the first level plan, like in NPM, where you have the ability to publish unlimited public packages, but you'll also be able to publish private packages that are only available inside your own organization. And then eventually, well, long time down the road, there will be an enterprise version of this as well.
Okay, all right. Let's see how this
Yeah.
turns out
So-
next month.
Exactly, yeah. When it becomes more concrete, then I think they will have some more discussions about this, but it's nothing radically new, right? It's only that the free part that JavaScript developers are used to isn't there.
So let me check maybe some questions in the chat.
Yeah,
But
there is a question for Thomas, I think, regarding the quick fix. I also have a different flavor to that question. I think the question was, can we configure the quick fix to use specific naming conventions and development guidelines like we can do with ABAP Cleaner? So when the quick fix gives you these suggestions and templates, can it consider?
Well, there's no kind of specification in the ABAP world to specify this. This will also not be part of the quick fixes. But one thing we have to fix is, because currently some of the quick fixes are not applying the rules of the clean ABAP. So this will be definitely fixed. And then we have the same rules as the ABAP cleaner and the CodePal RTC checks. But there will not possibility that customers can say, I start with whatever naming convention. This will not be possible, no.
Okay, this makes sense. I also have a question. It's more about the ABAP Code Assistant or generative AI that's coming out soon. I don't know if you'll be able to answer. Will it take into consideration the ATC variant and development guidelines when it generates code for you? Do you know? I think that's something that we are interested in.
So at the first point, we will use standard models that are available already yet, but we're also investing in own model trainings, where we then also integrate the guidelines for clean ABAP, for example, and also for the ABAP Cloud. So if it makes no sense when you're working in the BTP ABAP environment and you get code which is generated, which then results in syntax error. So you definitely need some kind of a special model training that only the latest version of the ABAP is generated. When you're doing this today with the existing models, you will also get statements generated which are not compliant to ABAP Cloud.
Thomas, just to understand, but those are SAP trained models.
Correct.
Is there also the option that I somehow can train my own model and say, this is the framework I develop, please use it or consider it too? So it's just like a plugin?
I'm not sure if this will be possible.
Or maybe using there's vector stores and racks, retrieval augmented generation that you can feed into the model. Hopefully, we can do that with ABAP Gen AI as well.
Or this would be interesting to see if this is even possible. Maybe SAP provides it as a service, and we can train our own model based on each customer on their own code base, depending on the quality of the code base. But I mean, there are some people that use specific frameworks that own developed, or they have a specific partner who is also using a specific framework. So maybe this would be nice, not just a generic one from SAP. But it's 2025, though. I mean, this comes, so we still have a few years to adjust it, right?
I'm hoping a few months.
Yeah, so this will
Other-
definitely not be available with the first version
Yeah.
in Q1 next year. So there will be only available a standard model, hopefully or most likely including the latest ABAP version, but not customer-specific stuff.
I will give you until 2026 to roll out the custom model. But we also chatted a little bit, and I think it's all interesting because Winfried gave a really mind-blowing presentation about how to write or to structure the packages and make sure that you can easily write unit tests that are flexible and good enough. Is your generated unit test code following strictly this kind of recommendations, or is it more hands-on?
When talking to these folks who doing anyhow test-driven developments, they are a little bit, let's say, not so lucky with the approach that we're doing with the AI here, because this is typically the other way around. So we are more focusing on coding which is not developed in the way that Winfried have shown. Because in our experience, most of the coding is not written in that style. So when this is already prepared perfectly to write unit tests, then it's definitely much easier also for the AI to generate this. This is also what we figured out already. But we also want to go in the more ugly use cases where already unit tests exists and you want to extend the unit tests or you want to refactor the unit tests and things like that. So that's all coming next year.
Next year. Next year starts
next
pretty
year is
soon.
in a few months, in a few weeks. I heard that the first beta phase is already starting next week.
Yeah.
Internally.
Isn't this the general, also from the early adapter to general availability, right? So this, we will see. But any plans to make this also, I guess not, but also available maybe to open source ABAP developers? Hint, Mike, hint.
You mean the AI stuff?
Yeah, for free
Oh.
maybe, because would be nice, I guess, to show a little bit of support for the open source community.
To be honest, I don't know. If this will be available on the trial system or things like that, I don't know.
This would be, but Mike, this would be something for you maybe to discuss with SAP people.
Of course. I mean, there's other ways of doing this while you're looking at it, right? If you see what Cursor is doing with the kind of sitting on top of VS Code, they're using basically the whole repository as a context for your chat with the code, right? So your code is not part of the model, but the IDE passes the relevant pieces of the code to the model with the chat questions that you have, right? Or with code completion that you want to do. So you can have a trained model that's independent of your own code and still work pretty well with your own repository.
Yeah, this will be the same on the ABAP side.
Yeah.
So there's also a tight integration with the ADT itself, so that also the AI knows the context, what classes are open, what other objects are open, which code line is selected, all these kind of things. This will be then also passed to the AI issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Thomas, there's a question about your T-shirt. I can't read it, but lift a bit up so we can.
That's the T-shirt from the ABAPConf last year.
Oh.
Sorry, not for sale.
Yeah, I only have ABAP shirts.
But that was my mistake. The idea was to put those kind of shirts also on sale for the attendees, but I failed to create a virtual T-shirt shop the right way. It seems that there are two options at this. I don't know, but I select a spreadshirt, something like that, and the one option works and the other option does not work. Guess. So, and then Thabiso, so also got a appraisal for your presentation. So everybody was happy. but no questions as far as I see it.
Yeah, I think I'll just throw in a question, right? It's like, I think the overall challenging part is not understanding what you can do with BTP or ABAP Cloud. Is the challenge is to understand what of these pieces you can already do in your current system, right? To get closer to a clean core eventually. And I think as that also goes to, I think a bit back to SAP, right? I have whatever, S/4HANA 1709. And can I use already XYZ class that's available in BTP, right, in my on-premise on cloud system to change legacy code over to these classes, right? That's, I think, not transparent to the developers. It's a bit, oh, I have to learn about these, then I look in my own system, this is actually there, and piece it together.
Yes. Yeah, so I think a good starting point would probably be the released APIs. So SAP, I'll share a link. So there's a link where you can get access to all the released APIs that you can use that are sort of published and they are recommended for you to use for when you want to consume standard stuff going forward. So I think that would be probably a starting point, because at least that gives you a nice finite list of things that you can make use of. And then from there, then like you mentioned, some of the items they as they get released, they'll be published on this API list, and then you can consume them going forward.
That part is clear, right? But my question is, can I use them already in my existing system, right? Not are they available in the latest?
Oh, I see.
Right?
Because it doesn't specify the version.
It doesn't specify the version. I see what you mean. I get it.
No, there's a version. There's a version included. So for every object classification file, there is also a version maintained. So you can download the object classification also for the 22 release and also for the support packages, which is only a small delta, but for the major releases, this is possible.
But this was also part of the session you showed at the ABAPConf Europe, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But you cannot really start with using released APIs before the 2022 release, because there are no APIs available at all. For sure, some basic stuff which we maybe shipped already earlier, but the starting point is the 22 release. For sure, side-by-side extensions on BTP you can already do on 4.6D systems in principle, because this is independent of your system of S/4HANA. But on the system, it's not possible on older releases.
But I found interesting at your presentation. How do you spell actually your name? Thabiso?
Thabiso, yes.
Thabiso.
Yeah.
It's actually it really shows clearly there's no way back. SAP is moving forward. There's a new model. There's a lot of moving parts that SAP is inventing and putting out there. So compared actually to, I don't know, the year 2006 to 2014, maybe, or 16, there was almost no innovation happening on the ABAP stack. And suddenly it's popping up everywhere. And
it's moving fast.
Yeah, it's moving fast, and the deadline for support and so on. But what I'm still struggling to see from SAP is the understanding that they are still in the happy phase. So the developers mostly that are now doing this kind of new stuff are the motivated ones. The ones that were like still doing DIN programming are still safe because they may be on an on-premise or on a private cloud S4 system, but this is going to change in the next years. And then the whole wave of traditional, say it like that, ABAP developers is being thrown on the SAP world, the new SAP world with all this RAP and Fiori and Cloud and I don't know what else. And this will be really, really a challenge to see how this is going to work out. And I'm not sure if SAP is understanding that there's still a huge wave piling up on the old developers that are coming and the customers that these people are working on. And this will be really interesting to see.
Yeah, and just to add to that, those are your key workers, right? Those are the people that know the business model, they know how their business functions, and they carry a lot of knowledge. And it's important to carry them into this new world because, yeah, they have a lot of info there and a lot of things that they can contribute. So, yeah, it's going to be tough, but yeah, it has to start at some stage.
But it's a shared responsibility, right, between customers and SAP, that the gap between what's new and latest and greatest and what customers are currently running, it doesn't become too big. Because if you let it go too long, classic ABAP becomes a technical debt, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
and all of a sudden we end up ABAP being like COBOL, right? And you can't get off it anymore. And so you don't want that. You have to invest.
Yeah, but the problem
is
exactly the investment, because until a few years ago, you gave one training or a few trainings for an ABAP developer, and this was valid for like 15 years. Yeah. This is going to change. This is a whole mindset that needs to change, and I'm not sure if every customer or partner is aware of that, or that the developers, if they are really aware of that part, and also if SAP is understanding that there's still a huge wave of I don't want to sound too harsh, but outdated developers is coming to the new world, and this will be really fun to watch. Yeah, but as Thabiso showed, this is the future. This is and people also need to and understand that one training in 15 years is not enough.
That's true.
Of course. Of course, yeah. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how it goes, really. Yeah. And I would also like to know if SAP would in the future force all the clients to go public cloud, because all of them will run off to private cloud, and try to stick to on-prem for a little bit longer, So it would be interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah. How it goes, I think we actually officially already in overtime, 11 minutes. So I think we can say it's a wrap up. It was a success totally, I believe, for the first time for what was it now, 4 hours, 5 hours event. I have to check the time, so it makes me crazy. 4.5 hours.
4.5, yeah.
Yeah, and I only can repeat myself here. If someone from a different region wants to also do the same thing as promised it, we have our ABAPConf manifesto. We provide the domain, some contacts, and a little bit of a website. The rest is up to you, because if it's locally, it is locally. So enjoy it, and if you want to create your own community like Promise did now, why not? It's ABAP is a corporate worldwide language that is spoken at almost every company that uses SAP. So not many SAP customers that do not use ABAP, but so millions of developers out there. Everywhere in the world you can actually travel to and find a job as an ABAP developer. So that's your foreign language that you can use everywhere in the world. And yeah, it's a big developer community out there. And yeah, was a pleasure. And if anyone still has not enough ABAP for this year, because it was now ABAPConf Europe a full day, and now this ABAPConf South Africa meetup style, I would say. Not too long, but also 4.5 hours is also pretty long with more than one session, though it's a lot of content also, and we still have next month, December 5th, virtually online streamed on YouTube as this event, also our ABAPConf December event, 3 tracks, I believe it's 23 sessions in total. That should be enough.
Yeah, all very interesting topics, I must say.
Yeah, and with that, I would say thank you also, Promise, for making this a reality. Everybody that attended virtually, also thank you. This is also for you, of course, and to the speakers, a round of applause.
Thank you.
And we need a
Thank you.
virtual sound for audience cheering.
Yeah, yeah. That would be nice, yeah.
And then I would say we can also cut the streaming. I just have to figure out how to do it.
Yeah, thanks to everyone online. Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, guys.
Oh, yeah. I found the streaming,
See you
stop
in
streaming
December.
button. So everybody wave, smile, and bye-bye.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye.
Thank you. Toby, I will try and get all the presentations and I'll send them to you, right?
So, yeah.